The infinite night. Imagine lying in bed, staring up at the ceiling as the world around you slips into stillness. It's quiet now, the kind of silence that seems to stretch infinitely outward, filling every corner of your room and spilling beyond into the vast unknown. In moments like this, when the distractions of daily life fade away, something curious happens. Questions begin to surface. Questions about existence, about the nature of reality, about who you are within this grand tapestry of stars and shadows. These aren't ordinary questions. They're the kind that linger long after you've asked them, refusing to be answered neatly or tucked away for another time. Tonight, we embark on a journey through 50 such riddles, paradoxes that twist our minds, challenge what we think we know, and perhaps leave us with more wonder than resolution. To understand why paradoxes captivate us so deeply, let's take a step back and consider their essence. A paradox is not merely a puzzle or an intellectual game. It's a collision of logic and intuition. Picture a mirror reflecting itself endlessly, a hall of mirrors where each reflection contains another, ad infinitum. That's what a paradox feels like. An idea folding in on itself until it defies comprehension. At its core, a paradox exposes the limits of human reasoning. It forces us to confront contradictions that seem impossible, yet somehow ring true. And while these enigmas might appear abstract or detached from everyday life, they touch upon fundamental truths about the universe and ourselves. From ancient Greece to modern laboratories, humanity has wrestled with paradoxes for millennia. Zeno of Elea puzzled over motion, proposing scenarios so perplexing that even today, mathematicians debate their implications. Philosophers like Descartes questioned whether anything could truly be known, including the very act of doubting. Scientists grapple with quantum mechanics, where particles exist in multiple states simultaneously, defying classical laws of physics. Each era brings new tools and perspectives, yet paradoxes persist, stubbornly resisting easy solutions. Why? Because they reveal cracks in the foundation of our understanding, inviting us to peer deeper into the mysteries beneath. What makes paradoxes particularly haunting is how they unsettle us. They don't just ask how or why. They demand that we reconsider everything we thought was certain. Take the concept of infinity, for example. We can imagine numbers stretching endlessly, but can we truly comprehend what endless means? Try counting upward without stopping, not just for hours or years, but forever. The mind balks at the impossibility of it. Yet infinity isn't confined to mathematics. It seeps into philosophy, theology, and even our personal lives. Are we infinite in some way too? Or are we fleeting sparks destined to vanish into the void? Such questions linger uncomfortably, refusing to settle into tidy answers. Paradoxes also have a peculiar way of amplifying uncertainty. Rather than resolving tensions, they often magnify them, forcing us to sit with discomfort. Consider the paradox of free will versus determinism. On one hand, we feel as though we make choices freely, shaping our destinies moment by moment. On the other, science tells us that every action, from the firing of neurons in our brains to the movement of planets, is governed by immutable laws. Which version of reality is correct? Or are both simultaneously true, creating a tension that cannot be resolved? This interplay between freedom and fate leaves us suspended, caught between opposing forces that refuse to reconcile. Yet, paradoxes aren't solely sources of unease. There's beauty in their complexity, a kind of poetry that arises from the friction between opposites. They remind us that life is rarely black and white, that truth often resides in shades of gray. By embracing paradoxes, we learn to tolerate ambiguity, finding solace in the spaces between absolutes. Perhaps this is why paradoxes resonate so powerfully. They reflect the messy, intricate nature of existence itself. Life isn't a straight line. It's a labyrinth of twists and turns, full of contradictions that defy easy categorization. As we delve into these 50 paradoxes, prepare to encounter ideas that may unsettle you, inspire you, or send your thoughts spiraling into uncharted territory. Some will challenge your assumptions about time, space, and identity. Others will probe the boundaries of morality, consciousness, and meaning. Together, they form a mosaic of inquiry, each piece contributing to a larger picture that remains tantalizingly incomplete. Let's begin with one of the oldest and most famous paradoxes, a story about motion that has baffled thinkers since antiquity. Imagine Achilles, the fastest runner in Greek mythology, racing against a tortoise. Simple enough, right? But here's the catch. Before Achilles can win, he must first reach the point where the tortoise began. But by then, the tortoise has moved ahead. And no matter how quickly Achilles closes the gap, the tortoise always stays slightly ahead. Does this mean Achilles can never actually pass the tortoise? Stay tuned as we unravel this ancient conundrum and explore its profound implications for our understanding of motion, time, and infinity. In the meantime, allow yourself to sink into the rhythm of curiosity. Let go of the need for certainty and embrace the open-endedness of exploration. After all, the night is infinite, and so are the possibilities it holds. As we drift deeper into the realm of paradoxes, remember that these enigmas are not meant to resolve neatly. Instead, they invite us to linger in the questions themselves, finding peace amidst uncertainty and marveling at the boundless expanse of human thought. So relax, breathe deeply, and let the mysteries unfold, one paradox at a time. Zeno's paradox. Imagine a race between two unlikely competitors. Achilles, the fastest runner in Greek mythology, and a humble tortoise. To make things fair, or so it seems, the tortoise is given a head start. Simple enough, right? Surely, Achilles will overtake the slow-moving creature in no time. But here's where Zeno of Ilius steps in with his maddeningly clever paradox. According to Zeno, before Achilles can pass the tortoise, he must first reach the point where the tortoise began. By the time he gets there, however, the tortoise has moved ahead, albeit by just a small distance. Now Achilles must again close the new gap. But once more, by the time he does, the tortoise has advanced further still. This process repeats endlessly, creating an infinite sequence of smaller and smaller gaps that Achilles must cross. Zeno concludes that because this process never truly ends, Achilles can never actually surpass the tortoise. At first glance, this scenario feels absurd. After all, we know from experience that someone running faster than another person, or animal, will eventually catch up. Yet Zeno's argument isn't about denying reality. Rather, it probes the nature of motion itself. The paradox arises when we try to break down movement into discrete steps and consider them one by one. Each step represents a fraction of the total distance Achilles needs to cover. But since these fractions become infinitely smaller without ever reaching zero, the sum appears to stretch on forever. In essence, Zeno highlights a tension between our intuitive sense of continuous motion and the mathematical abstraction of dividing space into parts. This paradox challenges not only our understanding of motion, but also the very fabric of time and space. If Achilles cannot logically complete an infinite series of tasks, what does that say about how we perceive progress or change? Is motion merely an illusion created by our limited ability to process infinite divisions? Or is infinity itself something that exists only as a conceptual tool, incapable of manifesting fully in the physical world? To grapple with Zeno's paradox is to confront the limits of human reasoning. On one hand, mathematics provides tools for resolving such dilemmas. Modern calculus, developed thousands of years after Zeno, allows us to calculate sums of infinite sequences, proving that Achilles would indeed pass the tortoise after covering a finite amount of time and distance. However, this solution doesn't eliminate the discomfort posed by the paradox. It simply shifts the focus. Calculus may resolve the problem mathematically, but it doesn't fully explain why our intuition struggles so profoundly with the idea of infinity in practical terms. Why does the notion of endless division feel so counterintuitive, even though we accept its validity in theory? Moreover, Zeno's paradox invites deeper philosophical reflections on the relationship between the abstract and the tangible. Does infinity exist in the real world, or is it purely a construct of the mind? When we divide distances into smaller and smaller units, are we uncovering fundamental truths about reality? Or are we imposing artificial boundaries on a continuum that defies fragmentation? These questions ripple outward, touching fields as diverse as physics, metaphysics, and even theology. For instance, quantum mechanics suggests that space might not be infinitely divisible at the smallest scales, a tantalizing hint that Zeno's concerns could have echoes in modern science. Zeno's paradox also forces us to reconsider the way we think about time. If motion involves traversing an infinite number of points, then how do we account for the passage of time during this process? Does time itself move in discrete units, or is it continuous like the flow of a river? If time is continuous, then how can any action ever be completed if it requires navigating through infinite moments? These questions blur the line between the measurable and the immeasurable, challenging us to rethink our assumptions about the nature of existence. Ultimately, Zeno's paradox serves as a reminder of the profound mysteries embedded in everyday phenomena. Motion, something so natural and automatic to us, becomes a labyrinthine puzzle under scrutiny. It forces us to question whether our perceptions align with objective reality, or if they're mere approximations shaped by cognitive limitations. As we contemplate this ancient riddle, we find ourselves teetering on the edge of comprehension, gazing into the abyss of infinity, and realizing just how little we truly understand. Speaking of infinity, let's dive deeper into its mysteries, and why it might be impossible to fully comprehend. From the infinite divisibility of space to the boundlessness of numbers, infinity continues to baffle and inspire thinkers across disciplines. Whether it exists as a tangible feature of the universe or remains a product of human imagination, infinity invites us to embrace uncertainty and marvel at the complexity of the cosmos. So as we leave Achilles and the tortoise behind, prepare to venture further into the infinite unknown, where answers remain elusive, but the journey promises endless fascination. Hilbert's Hotel. Imagine a hotel unlike any other, a place with an infinite number of rooms, all occupied. At first glance, this seems impossible to manage. After all, how could a fully booked hotel possibly accommodate new guests? Yet, in the mind-bending world of infinity, such contradictions dissolve into fascinating possibilities. Welcome to Hilbert's Hotel, a thought experiment devised by mathematician David Hilbert to illustrate the peculiar and counterintuitive properties of infinity. To understand the concept, let's walk through a scenario. Suppose a traveler arrives at Hilbert's Hotel late at night, seeking a room. The concierge smiles and assures them their space, despite every room being occupied. How is this possible? Simple. Each guest moves to the next room. Room 1 moves to room 2, room 2 moves to room 3, and so on, thereby freeing up room 1 for the newcomer. Though it may sound absurd, this process works seamlessly in the realm of infinity because there's no last room to disrupt the sequence. Infinity stretches endlessly, allowing for endless rearrangements without ever reaching a boundary. But the surprises don't stop there. Now imagine not just one traveler, but an entire infinite busload of guests arriving at the hotel. Surely, accommodating an infinite group would exceed the hotel's capacity, right? Wrong. Once again, the magic of infinity comes into play. This time, The concierge asks each existing guest to move to the room number that is double their current room number, e.g., room 1 moves to room 2, room 2 moves to room 4, room 3 moves to room 6, and so forth. In doing so, all the odd-numbered rooms become vacant, infinitely many of them, creating ample space for the newcomers. It's as if the hotel has swallowed another infinity whole, leaving no trace of overcrowding. What makes Hilbert's hotel so captivating and unsettling is how it challenges our everyday understanding of numbers and limits. In the finite world we inhabit, concepts like full and empty have clear meanings. If a theater has no available seats, you simply can't squeeze in another person. But in the infinite world of Hilbert's hotel, these distinctions vanish. Fullness and emptiness are fluid states, subject to the strange rules of infinity. Rooms can be added or subtracted indefinitely, yet the total remains unchanged. This paradox reveals that infinity isn't merely a very large number. It operates under entirely different principles, defying our intuition at every turn. The implications of Hilbert's hotel extend far beyond its whimsical premise. For one, it underscores the limitations of human perception when confronted with the infinite. We're accustomed to thinking in terms of beginnings and endings, causes and effects. Infinity disrupts this framework, forcing us to grapple with ideas that resist easy categorization. Consider the philosophical ramifications. If infinity allows for endless expansion and reorganization, does it imply boundless potential? Or is it a reminder of our inability to fully comprehend the universe? Furthermore, Hilbert's hotel raises questions about the nature of reality itself. Is the concept of infinity purely theoretical, confined to mathematical abstractions? Or does it manifest in the physical world in ways we've yet to understand? Some physicists speculate that certain phenomena, such as the multiverse or the fabric of space-time, might exhibit infinite qualities. If true, then Hilbert's hotel isn't just a playful exercise. It's a glimpse into the architecture of existence. Yet, for all its intrigue, infinity also evokes unease. Its boundlessness can feel overwhelming, even alienating. When faced with something that has no end, we instinctively search for boundaries to anchor ourselves. Hilbert's hotel reminds us that infinity refuses to conform to such constraints. Instead, it invites us to embrace uncertainty and marvel at the mysteries it contains. Speaking of mysteries, infinity leads us naturally to another profound enigma: the illusion of free will. Just as Hilbert's hotel defies logic, so too does the question of whether we truly control our own choices, or if everything we do is predetermined by forces beyond our grasp. As we leave behind the infinite corridors of Hilbert's hotel, prepare to explore the labyrinthine depths of human agency, where freedom and fate collide in ways both liberating and confounding. The paradox of free will. At the heart of human experience lies a deceptively simple question. Are we truly free to make choices, or is every decision we make predetermined by forces beyond our control? This paradox of free will has haunted philosophers, scientists, and theologians for centuries, challenging our understanding of identity, morality, and purpose. On one hand, we feel as though we are agents of our own destiny, choosing what to eat for breakfast, whom to love, or which career path to pursue. Yet, on the other hand, science tells us that the universe operates according to fixed physical laws. Every action, no matter how small, is the result of prior causes stretching back to the beginning of time. If this is true, then our sense of freedom may be nothing more than an illusion, a comforting story we tell ourselves to navigate life. To unpack this paradox, let's consider its implications in detail. Imagine standing at a crossroads, faced with two paths. You deliberate, weigh your options, and finally choose one direction. It feels as though you could have chosen otherwise, that the decision was yours alone. But what if every factor influencing your choice, from the neurons firing in your brain to the external circumstances shaping your environment, was determined long before you arrived at that moment. In this view, your choice wasn't really a choice at all, but rather the inevitable outcome of countless preceding events. The physicist Laplace famously envisioned a hypothetical intellect, later called Laplace's demon, capable of knowing the exact position and momentum of every particle in the universe. With such knowledge, this entity could predict the future with perfect accuracy, rendering free will obsolete. The philosophical stakes of this debate are enormous. If free will is an illusion, then concepts like moral responsibility begin to unravel. Why hold someone accountable for their actions if they had no real control over them? Punishment and reward lose their ethical grounding if individuals aren't truly responsible for their behavior. Similarly, personal identity becomes murky. If our thoughts, desires, and decisions are dictated by biology, upbringing, and environment, then who or what is the self that we claim ownership of? These questions strike at the core of what it means to be human, forcing us to confront the unsettling possibility that we are passengers on a journey scripted by forces we cannot comprehend. Yet, rejecting free will entirely also feels intuitively wrong. Our lived experience insists that we do make choices, that we are authors of our lives, however imperfectly. Even those who argue against free will often concede that the feeling of agency is deeply ingrained in our psychology. Evolutionary psychologists suggest that this sensation serves a practical purpose. It motivates us to act in ways that benefit survival and reproduction. Whether or not free will exists objectively, the subjective experience of it shapes how we interact with the world. Modern neuroscience adds another layer of complexity to the discussion. Experiments using brain imaging technology have shown that decisions can sometimes be predicted in the brain milliseconds before a person becomes consciously aware of making them. For example, researchers monitoring neural activity have been able to anticipate whether someone will press a button with their left or right hand before the individual reports having made up their mind. Such findings seem to support determinism, yet they leave room for interpretation. Does unconscious neural activity negate free will, or does it simply reveal a gap between our perception of decision-making and its underlying mechanisms? This paradox isn't confined to theoretical debates. It spills into everyday life. Consider the tension between fate and effort. Many people believe in some form of destiny, while simultaneously striving to shape their futures through hard work and perseverance. How do these seemingly contradictory beliefs coexist? Perhaps the answer lies in reframing the question. Instead of viewing free will and determinism as mutually exclusive, some philosophers propose compatibilism, the idea that free will and causal determinism can coexist. According to this perspective, free will doesn't require absolute independence from external influences, but rather the ability to act in accordance with one's desires and intentions. While this compromise offers a middle ground, it doesn't fully resolve the paradox. It merely shifts the conversation. Ultimately, the paradox of free will invites us to grapple with the limits of human understanding. Whether we possess genuine autonomy or are bound by an invisible script, the act of questioning itself underscores the richness of human consciousness. We yearn for answers, even when none are forthcoming, because the search gives meaning to our existence. Speaking of meaning, the debate over free will leads naturally to another existential quandary: the simulation hypothesis. If our reality is crafted by unseen architects, does free will exist within their design? Or are we merely characters in someone else's dream, programmed to follow a predetermined narrative? As we transition to this next exploration, prepare to peer into the digital abyss, where the boundaries between creator and creation blur, and the nature of reality itself comes into question. The simulation hypothesis. What if everything you see, hear, and feel, the chair beneath you, the air filling your lungs, even the emotions stirring within you, isn't real? What if this moment, this very thought, is part of an elaborate simulation crafted by beings far more advanced than ourselves? This is the essence of the simulation hypothesis, a mind-bending proposition that challenges the foundation of our understanding of reality. Popularized in recent decades by philosophers like Nick Bostrom and echoed in science fiction works such as The Matrix, the hypothesis suggests that our perceived world might be nothing more than a hyper-realistic virtual construct, a kind of cosmic video game where we are unwitting players. To explore this concept, let's delve into its reasoning. Imagine a future civilization with technology so advanced that it can simulate entire universes indistinguishable from reality. These simulations would include conscious beings, like us, who believe they exist in a physical world, but are actually lines of code running on some unimaginably powerful computer. Now consider the sheer number of such simulations that could theoretically be created. If even one civilization reaches this level of technological sophistication, it could spawn countless simulated realities. In contrast, there is only one base reality, the original universe from which all others spring. Statistically speaking, if simulated worlds vastly outnumber the real one, then it becomes overwhelmingly likely that we are living inside a simulation rather than the original universe. But what does this mean for our understanding of existence? If true, the simulation hypothesis undermines nearly every assumption we hold dear about the material world. Take love, for instance. Is it a profound connection between two souls, or merely an algorithmic response designed to ensure social cohesion? Are acts of kindness genuine expressions of empathy, or pre-programmed behaviors engineered for stability within the simulation? Even deeper questions arise. Who, or what, is running this simulation? Are we pawns in a cosmic experiment conducted by future humans curious about their ancestors? Or are we playthings of extraterrestrial beings exploring the possibilities of consciousness? The answers remain tantalizingly out of reach, leaving us suspended in a web of speculation. Yet, the implications extend beyond abstract philosophy. If our reality is simulated, how should we live our lives? Would knowledge of being in a simulation diminish the significance of our actions, or would it amplify them? After all, characters in a video game may not question their artificiality while immersed in the experience. It's only when they step back, if they're aware at all, that the illusion dissolves. Similarly, whether or not we inhabit a simulation, the emotions, relationships, and struggles we encounter still feel authentic to us. Perhaps the truth doesn't matter as much as how we choose to navigate the parameters of our existence. Critics argue that the simulation hypothesis is untestable and therefore outside the realm of scientific inquiry. How can we prove or disprove something so speculative? Yet proponents counter that absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. For example, glitches in the fabric of reality, such as déjà vu, synchronicities, or inexplicable phenomena, could hint at imperfections in the simulation. Others suggest that advancements in quantum mechanics, particularly the observer effect, where particles behave differently when observed, might provide clues. Could consciousness itself be the interface through which we interact with the simulation? These ideas blur the line between science and metaphysics, inviting both wonder and skepticism. Moreover, the simulation hypothesis forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about power and control. If we are indeed living in a constructed reality, who decides the rules? Are they benevolent architects seeking enlightenment, or indifferent programmers conducting experiments without moral consideration? And if we were to discover the truth, would we have any agency to change it? Or are we forever trapped in someone else's design? As we ponder these questions, the simulation hypothesis reminds us of humanity's enduring quest to understand our place in the cosmos. Whether we're products of divine creation, natural evolution, or digital fabrication, the search for meaning persists. It also highlights our insignificance in the grand scheme of things, a theme echoed in another profound mystery, the Fermi paradox. If intelligent life exists elsewhere in the universe, why haven't we found evidence of it? Whether we're alone in a vast, silent cosmos or participants in a simulated stage, the scale of existence leaves us humbled and yearning for answers. Speaking of silence, let's turn our gaze outward to the stars and wrestle with one of the most haunting questions of all. Where is everyone? The Fermi paradox. Gaze up at the night sky, and you'll see countless stars scattered across an endless expanse. Each one of those stars has the potential to host planets, and many of those planets could harbor conditions suitable for life. Given the sheer size of the universe, billions of galaxies, each containing billions of stars, it seems almost inevitable that intelligent civilizations exist beyond Earth. Yet, despite this overwhelming probability, we have no evidence of their presence. This is the crux of the Fermi paradox, named after physicist Enrico Fermi, who famously asked, "Where is everybody?" It's a question that cuts to the heart of humanity's place in the cosmos, challenging not only our scientific understanding, but also our philosophical assumptions about existence. To appreciate the paradox, consider the numbers. Our galaxy alone contains hundreds of billions of stars, many of which are orbited by planets in the habitable zone, where liquid water, and thus potentially life, could exist. Multiply that by the estimated 2 trillion galaxies in the observable universe, and the odds of Earth being the only planet with intelligent life seem astronomically low. And yet, despite decades of searching through telescopes, radio signals, and space probes, we found no definitive proof of extraterrestrial intelligence. Why? Several theories attempt to explain this eerie silence. One possibility is that alien civilizations are simply too far away for communication to be feasible. Even traveling at the speed of light, the fastest known velocity, it would take tens of thousands of years to cross the Milky Way. For civilizations separated by intergalactic distances, meaningful contact might be impossible. Another theory posits that advanced species may intentionally avoid us, either out of caution, the so-called zoo hypothesis, or because they see no value in interacting with lesser-developed beings. Imagine encountering ants on a sidewalk. Would you stop to communicate with them, or simply step over them? More troubling explanations suggest darker possibilities. Perhaps civilizations tend to self-destruct before achieving interstellar capabilities, a sobering thought given humanity's own struggles with war, climate change, and nuclear weapons. Alternatively, it's possible that intelligent life is exceedingly rare, requiring a perfect storm of factors to arise. Maybe Earth is unique, a cosmic anomaly where biology defied the odds to produce consciousness. Or perhaps aliens have visited us, leaving traces we haven't yet recognized, or choosing to remain hidden. The implications of the Fermi paradox are profound. If we are truly alone in the universe, it places an immense responsibility on humanity to preserve and nurture life. We become stewards of something precious, fragile, and irreplaceable. On the other hand, if intelligent life exists but remains undetected, it forces us to confront humbling truths about our insignificance. Are we merely one among countless civilizations, destined to flicker briefly like a candle in the wind? Or do we occupy a special role, however fleeting, in the grand narrative of the cosmos? This paradox also invites broader reflections on the nature of exploration and discovery. Humanity has always been driven by curiosity, pushing boundaries to uncover the unknown. From mapping continents to landing on the moon, we've sought answers to fundamental questions about our origins and destiny. But what happens when the answers elude us? Does the absence of evidence imply non-existence, or does it highlight the limitations of our tools and imagination? The Fermi paradox reminds us that the universe is vast and mysterious, filled with secrets we may never fully unravel. Beyond its scientific dimensions, the Fermi paradox touches on existential themes. What does it mean to search for meaning in a silent universe? How do we reconcile the grandeur of the cosmos with the intimacy of human experience? These questions echo throughout history, from ancient philosophers pondering the heavens to modern scientists scanning the skies. They remind us that while technology evolves, the core of our inquiry remains deeply human, an unyielding desire to connect, to understand, and to belong. As we grapple with these weighty ideas, the Fermi paradox brings us face to face with another enduring mystery closer to home: identity. Whether or not aliens exist, we must still ask ourselves what defines us. What makes you you? Is it your body, your memories, your actions, or something else entirely? To explore this question, let's turn to the ship of Theseus, a thought experiment that challenges our notions of continuity and selfhood. As we leave the infinite expanse of the stars behind, prepare to dive into the equally perplexing depths of personal identity, where the boundaries between past and present blur, and the essence of being becomes as elusive as the answer to Fermi's haunting question. The ship of Theseus. Imagine a ship, sturdy and seaworthy, setting sail on its maiden voyage. Over time, as the wooden planks begin to wear and rot, they are replaced one by one with new, identical pieces. Eventually, every single plank of the original ship has been substituted. Is it still the same ship? This is the essence of the ship of Theseus, a thought experiment that delves into the nature of identity and continuity over time. At first glance, the question seems simple. Of course, it's the same ship. It looks and functions identically to the original. But dig deeper, and cracks begin to form in this assumption. If none of the original materials remain, can we truly say it's the same vessel? And if not, at what precise moment did it cease to be itself? Now, let's complicate matters further. Suppose someone collected all the discarded planks and painstakingly reassembled them into a second ship, identical in structure to the original. Which ship, then, is the real ship of Theseus? The reconstructed version made from the original parts, or the continuously repaired one that never stops sailing? Both claim legitimacy, yet their coexistence creates a paradox. This dilemma extends beyond ships, touching on fundamental questions about objects, people, and even memories. What defines identity? Is it material composition, function, history, or something more intangible? The implications of the ship of Theseus ripple outward, challenging how we think about change and persistence. Consider your own body. Every cell within you is replaced multiple times throughout your life, meaning the physical you today shares almost no molecular overlap with the you of years past. Does this mean you're a different person now than you were before? Or does your sense of self endure despite these transformations? Similarly, consider artifacts like historic buildings or cherished heirlooms. When restoration replaces original components, do they lose authenticity? Or does their symbolic value persist regardless of material alteration? This paradox becomes even more intriguing when applied to abstract concepts like personality and memory. Are you still the same person if your beliefs, values, and experiences shift dramatically over time? Philosophers have long debated whether identity is anchored in continuity, a thread connecting past, present, and future, or if it's fluid and adaptable, shaped by constant change. Some argue that identity lies in consciousness, suggesting that as long as there's an unbroken chain of awareness, the essence of who you are remains intact. Others propose that identity is relational, defined not by individual traits, but by how others perceive and interact with you. Memory plays a crucial role in this discussion, acting as both a repository of identity and a filter through which we interpret our lives. Our recollections shape how we see ourselves, anchoring us to a narrative of who we were and who we've become. But what happens when memory falters? What if the stories we tell ourselves about our pasts turn out to be unreliable, or even false? This leads us directly to another fascinating phenomenon: the Mandela effect. The Mandela effect refers to widespread collective misrememberings, where large groups of people recall events or details differently from recorded history. For example, many people vividly remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison during the 1980s, despite him passing away much later in 2013. Such discrepancies raise unsettling questions about the reliability of memory and its role in shaping reality. If our minds can rewrite history so convincingly, how trustworthy is our internal narrative of selfhood? Could the ship of Theseus paradox apply not only to physical objects, but also to the way we construct our identities through fragmented and sometimes faulty memories? Ultimately, the ship of Theseus invites us to confront the tension between permanence and impermanence. Change is inevitable, yet humans crave stability and coherence. We cling to notions of enduring identity, even as evidence suggests that nothing, not our bodies, our possessions, nor our perceptions, remains static. Perhaps the paradox teaches us to embrace flux, recognizing that identity isn't a fixed entity, but a dynamic process, constantly evolving while retaining echoes of its former self. As we transition from the philosophical depths of the ship of Theseus, prepare to explore the quirks of human cognition with the Mandela effect. Memory shapes not only who we are, but also how we collectively perceive the world. And when it fails, the results can be as perplexing as they are profound. The Mandela effect. Imagine waking up one morning to discover that the world has subtly shifted around you. The Berenstain Bears, a beloved childhood book series, is now spelled Berenstein. Darth Vader never actually says, "Luke, I am your father." In Star Wars, he instead declares, "No, I am your father." And Nelson Mandela? Contrary to what millions vividly recall, he didn't die in prison during the 1980s, but lived until 2013. These aren't isolated misunderstandings. They're part of a phenomenon known as the Mandela effect, where large groups of people share strikingly similar, yet demonstrably false memories. It's as if reality itself has been rewritten, or perhaps our collective perception of it has faltered. The term Mandela effect was coined by paranormal researcher Fiona Broom, who noticed that many people, including herself, distinctly remembered Nelson Mandela passing away in captivity decades earlier. When confronted with evidence disproving this memory, she and others were left baffled. Since then, countless examples have emerged, ranging from misquoted movie lines, "Mirror, mirror on the wall" versus "Magic mirror on the wall," to altered brand logos. The Fruit of the Loom mascot never wore a cornucopia. What makes these discrepancies so unsettling is their widespread nature. They aren't random errors confined to individuals. They're shared illusions, suggesting something deeper at play. So why does the Mandela effect occur? One explanation lies in the fallibility of human memory. Our brains are not perfect recording devices. Instead, they reconstruct events based on fragments of information, filling gaps with assumptions or external influences. This process can lead to distortions, especially when memories are reinforced through social interaction. For instance, if someone confidently recalls a detail incorrectly, others may unconsciously adopt that version, creating a feedback loop of misinformation. Over time, these collective narratives become indistinguishable from truth, even when contradicted by facts. But some propose more radical theories to explain the Mandela effect. Could parallel universes be involved? According to this hypothesis, glitches in our perception might result from overlapping realities, where alternate timelines briefly intersect with ours. In one universe, Darth Vader might indeed say, "Luke, I am your father," while in another, the one we inhabit, he doesn't. Proponents argue that such overlaps could account for the eerie consistency of false memories across unrelated individuals. While scientifically unproven, This idea taps into humanity's fascination with multiverses and hidden dimensions, offering a tantalizing glimpse into realms beyond ordinary experience. Alternatively, skeptics suggest that the Mandela effect reflects cognitive biases and cultural conditioning. Popular media, urban legends, and hearsay shape how we interpret the world, often overriding objective reality. A catchy phrase like "Luke, I am your father," becomes ingrained in public consciousness because it sounds dramatic and definitive, even if it's inaccurate. Similarly, visual cues like brand logos can blur together in our minds due to repeated exposure, leading us to conflate slight variations into a single, imagined design. In this view, the Mandela effect isn't evidence of cosmic anomalies, but rather a testament to the quirks of human cognition. Regardless of its origins, the Mandela effect raises profound questions about the reliability of memory and its role in shaping identity. If our recollections can diverge so dramatically from fact, how much of our personal history is truly accurate? How do we reconcile the stories we tell ourselves with the objective truths of the world? Memory, after all, is more than just a record of events. It's a narrative thread that binds our past, present, and future. When that thread frays, it challenges not only our understanding of reality, but also our sense of self. Moreover, the Mandela effect forces us to confront the limits of human perception. We trust our senses and memories to provide an accurate picture of existence. Yet phenomena like this remind us how easily those faculties can deceive us. Are we unreliable narrators of our own lives, piecing together fragmented impressions into a coherent story? Or is there something larger at work, a glitch in the matrix, so to speak, that hints at hidden layers of reality? As we ponder these mysteries, the Mandela effect segues naturally into another mind-bending topic: the nature of time itself. Memory shapes our perception of time, anchoring us to a linear progression of past, present, and future. But what if time, like memory, is an illusion? Philosophers and physicists alike have questioned whether time flows continuously or exists as a static block, with moments unfolding simultaneously rather than sequentially. To explore this enigma, let's delve into McTaggart's paradox, which challenges the very fabric of temporality and invites us to reconsider everything we thought we knew about the passage of time. As we journey forward, or perhaps sideways, into this next paradox, prepare to question whether time is truly as real as it feels. McTaggart's paradox. Time feels like the most reliable constant in our lives. It marches forward, unyielding and linear, shaping everything from the rhythm of our days to the arc of history itself. Yet what if this sense of time, this steady progression from past to present to future, is nothing more than an illusion? This is the provocative claim at the heart of McTaggart's paradox, a philosophical argument that challenges the very nature of temporality. Proposed by British philosopher J.M.E. McTaggart in the early 20th century, the paradox asserts that time is inherently contradictory and therefore cannot exist as we perceive it. To understand McTaggart's reasoning, let's first examine how we conceptualize time. Events are typically understood through two frameworks, the A series and the B series. In the A series, events are categorized as past, present, or future, a dynamic perspective that emphasizes change over time. For example, yesterday's sunrise is now in the past, today's sunset is in the present, and tomorrow's dawn lies in the future. By contrast, the B-series views events as fixed points related to one another without regard for their temporal status. Earlier than or later than. Here, time appears static, with no distinction between what has happened, what is happening, and what will happen. McTaggart argued that the A-series, the framework most aligned with our intuitive experience of time, is logically inconsistent. Why? Because any given event must simultaneously belong to all three categories: past, present, and future. Consider a single moment, such as the act of reading these words. Right now, it feels present, but moments ago, it was future, and soon, it will slip into the past. These shifting labels create a paradox. An event cannot be both fixed, as part of the immutable sequence of time, and fluid, constantly moving through temporal states. The contradiction undermines the coherence of the A series, leaving us with a troubling conclusion. Time, as we experience it, does not make logical sense. If time is indeed an illusion, the implications are staggering. Without time, there can be no change. And without change, nothing truly happens. Births, deaths, achievements, failures, all dissolve into a timeless void where every moment coexists eternally. Life becomes a frozen tableau, robbed of its dynamism and meaning. Imagine watching a film where every frame is projected simultaneously. The story loses its momentum, its emotional resonance. Similarly, if time is illusory, the narrative of existence unravels, leaving only a static mosaic of disconnected events. Yet, McTaggart's paradox also invites deeper reflection on the human condition. If time doesn't flow as we believe, why do we feel so tethered to its passage? Perhaps our perception of time serves a psychological purpose, providing structure and continuity in an otherwise chaotic universe. Or maybe time exists on a plane beyond human comprehension, transcending the limitations of language and logic. Some physicists align with aspects of McTaggart's ideas, suggesting that time might operate as a fourth dimension akin to space. In this view, moments don't vanish into the past, but persist alongside one another, forming a block-like continuum. While this model resolves some contradictions, it raises new questions about free will and causality. If every event already exists within this eternal block, are we merely passengers along a predetermined route? Philosophically, McTaggart's paradox forces us to reconsider the foundations of reality. If time is an illusion, then concepts like progress, growth, and transformation lose their grounding. What remains is a profound existential dilemma. How do we find meaning in a world devoid of genuine change? One possible answer lies in embracing the subjective experience of time, regardless of its objective validity. Even if time is ultimately unreal, our lived encounter with it shapes our identities, relationships, and aspirations. Perhaps meaning arises not from the mechanics of time, but from the stories we weave within its perceived framework. As we grapple with the slippery nature of time, another enigma emerges, one equally resistant to easy resolution: truth itself. Just as McTaggart exposed contradictions in our understanding of temporality, the liar paradox reveals unsettling ambiguities in the realm of language and logic. Consider the statement: "This sentence is false." Is it true or false? If it's true, then it must be false. But if it's false, it must be true. Like time, truth proves elusive, refusing to conform to simple definitions. As we transition from the paradoxes of time to those of truth, prepare to navigate a labyrinth of linguistic riddles and philosophical quandaries. Will we emerge with clarity, or further entangled in the web of paradox? Only time, or perhaps its absence, will tell. The liar paradox. Imagine a sentence that declares, "This statement is false." At first glance, it seems simple enough, a mere string of words with no apparent consequence. But take a moment to unpack its meaning, and you'll find yourself spiraling into a logical abyss. If the statement is true, then what it asserts must hold. It is false. Yet if it is false, then it contradicts itself by being true. This self-referential loop creates an irresolvable paradox, one that has baffled philosophers, logicians, and linguists for centuries. Known as the liar paradox, this deceptively simple construct exposes deep flaws in our understanding of language, truth, and logic. To appreciate the gravity of the liar paradox, let's delve deeper into its mechanics. Language functions as a tool for conveying meaning, relying on rules of grammar and semantics to ensure clarity. However, when a statement refers back to itself in a way that undermines its own validity, those rules begin to crumble. The liar paradox isn't just a clever trick. It reveals a fundamental tension between how we define truth and how language operates. Truth, in classical terms, is supposed to be consistent and verifiable. A statement is either true or false. There should be no middle ground. Yet the liar paradox defies this binary framework, forcing us to confront the possibility that some statements resist categorization altogether. Philosophers have wrestled with variations of the liar paradox throughout history, each iteration highlighting new dimensions of its complexity. Consider a more nuanced example. Everything I say is a lie. If this declaration is truthful, then it must also apply to itself, rendering it a lie, and thus not entirely true. Conversely, if it is indeed a lie, then not everything the speaker says can be false, which implies at least partial truthfulness. Such formulations reveal the fragility of linguistic systems, demonstrating how easily they can collapse under their own weight. They also raise unsettling questions about the nature of communication. If even seemingly straightforward statements can unravel into paradoxes, how reliable is language as a vehicle for truth? The implications of the liar paradox extend far beyond abstract philosophy. It challenges foundational assumptions about knowledge and certainty. For instance, if truth cannot always be definitively established, what does that mean for fields like law, science, or ethics, which rely heavily on accurate representation? Legal systems depend on witnesses telling the truth. But what happens when testimony becomes entangled in contradictions? Similarly, scientific theories strive for objective accuracy. Yet the liar paradox reminds us that even rigorous methods are built upon languages and frameworks susceptible to error. In ethics, the stakes grow even higher. Moral principles often hinge on clear distinctions between right and wrong, truth and falsehood. When these boundaries blur, navigating ethical dilemmas becomes infinitely more complex. Moreover, the liar paradox invites reflection on the limits of human cognition. Our minds crave order and coherence, yet paradoxes like this expose the cracks in our reasoning. Could it be that truth itself is inherently elusive, shaped less by objective reality than by subjective interpretation? Some thinkers argue that resolving the liar paradox requires rethinking traditional notions of truth altogether. Instead of viewing it as a static property, a binary state of true or false, it might be better understood as a dynamic process, constantly evolving within specific contexts. Others propose introducing additional categories, such as indeterminate or both true and false, to accommodate paradoxical statements. While these solutions offer intriguing possibilities, none fully resolve the underlying tension. Ultimately, the liar paradox serves as a humbling reminder of humanity's intellectual limitations. Despite millennia of progress in logic and language, certain mysteries remain stubbornly unsolved. Perhaps this is fitting. After all, truth is rarely black and white. It exists in shades of gray, shaped by perspective, context, and circumstance. As much as we yearn for definitive answers, the liar paradox suggests that some questions may forever elude resolution. Speaking of unresolved tensions, consider another universal pursuit fraught with contradiction: happiness. We chase joy relentlessly, believing it to be the ultimate goal of life. Yet paradoxically, the act of seeking often leads to dissatisfaction. Why does pursuing happiness so frequently result in misery? Is contentment something we stumble upon rather than strive for? To explore this enigma, let's turn our attention to the paradox of hedonism, where the quest for pleasure yields unexpected and often unwelcome results. As we leave behind the tangled web of truth, prepare to untangle another riddle of human existence: the elusive nature of fulfillment. Schrödinger's cat. Imagine a cat locked in a sealed box with a vial of poison rigged to release if a radioactive atom decays. Until someone opens the box to check, quantum mechanics suggests that the cat exists in a bizarre state of being both dead and alive simultaneously. This is the essence of Schrödinger's cat, a thought experiment devised by physicist Erwin Schrödinger in 1935 to highlight the peculiarities of quantum superposition. The principle that particles can exist in multiple states at once until measured or observed. While it might sound like something out of science fiction, this paradox has profound implications for our understanding of reality, challenging the very fabric of how we perceive existence. To grasp the concept, let's break it down further. In the microscopic realm of quantum physics, particles such as electrons don't behave predictably. Instead, they occupy probabilities, a phenomenon known as wave function. For example, an electron might be here or there, but until you measure its position, it exists in all possible locations simultaneously. Schrödinger extended this idea to the macroscopic world using the image of a cat to illustrate just how counterintuitive quantum mechanics becomes when applied to everyday objects. If the fate of the cat depends on a random quantum event, the decay of a radioactive atom, then the cat must logically also exist in a superposition of states, both alive and dead, until someone observes it. The implications are staggering. At first glance, the notion of a cat being simultaneously alive and dead seems absurd, yet it underscores a fundamental truth about quantum systems. Observation plays a critical role in determining outcomes. Before measurement, reality remains indeterminate, a blur of possibilities rather than a fixed state. But what exactly constitutes an observation? Does it require human consciousness? Or does any interaction with the environment collapse the wave function into a single outcome? These questions have sparked intense debate among physicists and philosophers alike. Some argue that consciousness itself shapes reality, implying that the universe only crystallizes into clarity through our awareness. Others propose more pragmatic explanations, suggesting that interactions with external systems, like air molecules or photons, suffice to resolve superpositions without invoking human observers. This paradox forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about the nature of existence. If reality hinges on observation, does anything truly exist independently of perception? Or is the universe fundamentally participatory, requiring sentient beings to bring order to chaos? Such ideas blur the line between subjective experience and objective truth, raising existential questions about free will, determinism, and even the role of humanity within the cosmos. Moreover, Schrödinger's cat challenges classical notions of causality, the idea that causes precede effects. In the quantum world, events unfold probabilistically rather than linearly, undermining centuries-old assumptions about the orderly progression of time and consequence. On a broader scale, Schrödinger's thought experiment highlights the limitations of human intuition when grappling with the subatomic realm. Our brains evolved to navigate a macroscopic world governed by predictable laws, making quantum phenomena seem alien and incomprehensible. Yet, these strange behaviors form the foundation of technologies we rely on daily, from transistors to MRI machines. The paradox reminds us that while science strives to uncover universal truths, those truths often defy common sense, forcing us to expand our conceptual horizons. Ultimately, Schrödinger's cat invites us to embrace uncertainty, not as a flaw in understanding, but as an intrinsic feature of reality itself. It challenges us to rethink dualities like life and death, certainty and ambiguity, observer and observed. Perhaps the lesson lies not in resolving the paradox, but in accepting its unresolved nature as a testament to the mysteries still embedded in the universe. As mind-bending as quantum mechanics may be, its weirdness doesn't end here. What happens when we push the boundaries even further, venturing into realms where time itself unravels? Let's explore the grandfather paradox, a conundrum that arises when traveling back in time threatens to unravel causality altogether. If altering the past creates contradictions, how do we reconcile the flow of history with the possibility of intervention? As we step across the threshold of temporal logic, prepare to question whether time travel is merely a theoretical curiosity or a gateway to unraveling the threads of existence itself. The grandfather paradox. Imagine stepping into a time machine, traveling back to the early years of your grandfather's life, and encountering him as a young man. For reasons unknown, perhaps anger, curiosity, or sheer recklessness, you decide to prevent him from meeting your grandmother, or worse, you take drastic action and eliminate him entirely. At first glance, this act might seem inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. But here's where the paradox emerges. If your grandfather never lived, then one of your parents was never born, which means you were never born either. And if you were never born, how could you have traveled back in time to commit the act in the first place? This is the essence of the grandfather paradox, a thought experiment that exposes the logical inconsistencies inherent in altering the past. The grandfather paradox lies at the heart of debates about time travel, challenging our understanding of causality, the principle that causes precede effects. In everyday life, we take for granted that actions have predictable consequences. Dropping a glass will cause it to shatter. Planting seeds leads to growth. Time, as we experience it, flows in a linear fashion, with events unfolding sequentially. But what happens when this sequence is disrupted? If someone travels backward in time and changes an event, they create a ripple effect that undermines the very chain of causation that allowed them to exist. The result is a logical contradiction, a loop with no coherent resolution. To explore the implications of the grandfather paradox, let's consider possible solutions proposed by physicists and philosophers. One popular theory involves branching timelines or alternate universes. According to this multiverse hypothesis, any change made in the past creates a new, parallel timeline separate from the original. In this scenario, killing your grandfather wouldn't erase your existence because you originated from a different branch of reality. Instead, you'd simply spawn a divergent universe where your counterpart never comes into being. While this explanation resolves the paradox, it raises profound questions about identity and continuity. Would the you, who traveled back in time, still be connected to the original timeline? Or would you become untethered, existing in a fractured multiverse? Another possibility is the Novikov self-consistency principle, which posits that time travelers are inherently constrained by the laws of physics and cannot alter events in ways that would create paradoxes. Under this framework, attempting to kill your grandfather would fail, perhaps due to improbable coincidences, a misfire, an interruption, or some other mechanism ensuring historical consistency. This solution preserves the integrity of the timeline but feels unsatisfying to many, as it implies a form of cosmic determinism that limits free will. Are we mere puppets playing out predetermined roles, unable to deviate from the script of history? Ethical dilemmas also arise from the grandfather paradox. Even setting aside the logistics of time travel, what right does anyone have to meddle with the past? Altering a single event could have cascading effects, potentially erasing entire generations or reshaping civilizations in unpredictable ways. Who decides which changes are justified, and who bears responsibility for unintended consequences? These moral quandaries force us to confront not only the mechanics of time travel, but also the weight of our choices and their far-reaching impact. The grandfather paradox extends beyond theoretical speculation. It resonates deeply with human anxieties about regret and control. How often do we wish we could go back and undo mistakes, fix broken relationships, or rewrite painful chapters of our lives? Yet the paradox reminds us that tampering with the past carries risks we may not fully comprehend. Perhaps the lesson lies not in changing history, but in learning to live with its imperfections, finding meaning even amidst hardship. As fascinating as the grandfather paradox is, it isn't the only temporal conundrum that challenges our understanding of time. Another equally perplexing phenomenon arises when objects or information appear to exist without origin, a situation known as the Bootstrap paradox. Imagine a book containing groundbreaking scientific theories that seemingly materializes out of nowhere, having been passed down through generations without a known author. Where did the knowledge come from, and how can something exist without a starting point? As we transition from loops of causality to loops of creation, prepare to delve into the enigmatic world of self-contained cycles, where beginnings and endings blur together in a timeless dance. The Bootstrap paradox, a self-created object. Imagine a world where time is not a straight line, but a loop, folding back on itself in ways that defy conventional logic. Now picture this. Beethoven's symphonies, masterpieces of human creativity, are sent back in time from the future and handed to a young Ludwig van Beethoven before he ever writes them. He studies these compositions, learns their melodies and harmonies, and proceeds to publish them as his own works. Generations later, those same symphonies are discovered, admired, and eventually sent back in time again, completing the circle. This is the essence of the Bootstrap paradox, a thought experiment that challenges our understanding of origins, authorship, and causality. If no one truly created Beethoven's music, if it simply exists in an endless temporal loop, who or what is responsible for its existence? The term bootstrap originates from the phrase to pull oneself up by one's bootstraps, suggesting something that comes into being without an external source. In the context of time travel, the Bootstrap paradox describes situations where objects, information, or even people appear to have no point of origin. They exist in a closed loop, endlessly cycling through time without a clear beginning or end. Take another example. A scientist receives blueprints for a revolutionary machine from her future self, builds the device using those plans, and then sends the same blueprints back to her past self after completing the invention. Here, the machine has no original creator. It simply is perpetuating itself across timelines. At first glance, the Bootstrap paradox seems like a clever plot device found in science fiction stories, but its implications run much deeper. It forces us to question fundamental concepts such as creativity and authorship. Traditionally, we attribute value to artistic and intellectual achievements based on the effort, inspiration, and ingenuity of their creators. But what happens when there is no creator? Does the absence of an origin diminish the significance of Beethoven's symphonies, or invalidate the brilliance of the scientist's invention? Or does it suggest that some ideas transcend individual minds, existing independently of any single person's contribution? Moreover, the paradox disrupts our intuitive understanding of cause and effect relationships. In everyday life, effects follow causes in a linear progression. You plant a seed, water it, and watch it grow into a tree. The Bootstrap paradox subverts this order by introducing scenarios where cause and effect are intertwined, creating loops with no discernible starting point. This raises profound questions about the nature of reality. Are all events predetermined, locked into cycles beyond our control? Or do these loops represent anomalies within the fabric of time, exceptions to the rule rather than reflections of how the universe operates? Philosophically, the Bootstrap paradox also invites reflection on the concept of eternity. Objects or pieces of information caught in such loops effectively achieve immortality, persisting indefinitely without degradation or loss. Yet this immortality comes at a cost. They lack authenticity, frozen in repetition without evolution or growth. Can something be meaningful if it exists outside the flow of time, untouched by change or progress? And what does this say about humanity's desire to leave a lasting legacy? Perhaps the paradox reveals a tension between permanence and impermanence, reminding us that creation often derives its power from imperfection and transience. On a broader scale, the Bootstrap paradox resonates with existential themes about the interconnectedness of existence. Just as Beethoven's symphonies might circulate endlessly through time, so too do ideas, traditions, and cultural artifacts shape human history in cyclical patterns. Stories passed down through generations, technologies refined over centuries, and philosophies evolving through dialogue all bear traces of earlier iterations, blurring the lines between innovation and inheritance. In this sense, the paradox mirrors the recursive nature of human civilization, where every act of creation builds upon, and sometimes erases, the past. Ultimately, the Bootstrap paradox serves as a humbling reminder of the limits of human knowledge. We crave explanations, origins, and definitive answers, yet the universe occasionally presents phenomena that resist categorization. Whether it's a timeless melody, a mysterious invention, or an eternal loop of information, the paradox challenges us to embrace uncertainty and marvel at the mysteries still embedded in the cosmos. Speaking of mysteries, few questions loom larger than the origins of everything itself. How did the universe begin? What sparked the chain reaction that led to galaxies, stars, planets, and life as we know it? As we transition from the enigma of self-created objects to the grandeur of cosmic beginnings, prepare to ponder the ultimate riddle, the birth of existence itself. Was it a singular event, a Big Bang, or part of an infinite cycle of expansion and contraction? And if time itself began with the universe, what came before? The Big Bang singularity. At the heart of modern cosmology lies one of humanity's most profound mysteries, the origin of the universe. According to the widely accepted Big Bang theory, approximately 13.8 billion years ago, all matter, energy, space, and time emerged from an infinitely dense and hot singularity, a point so small it defies comprehension, yet contained the seeds of everything we know today. But what came before this cataclysmic event? Was there a before at all? These questions plunge us into uncharted territory, where science falters and philosophy steps in to fill the void. Current physics breaks down at the moment of the Big Bang, leaving scientists and thinkers grappling with paradoxes that challenge our understanding of existence itself. To explore this concept, consider the nature of the singularity. At this infinitesimal point, the laws of physics as we understand them cease to function. General relativity, which describes gravity on cosmic scales, collides with quantum mechanics, which governs subatomic particles, creating a theoretical impasse. The singularity represents not just the beginning of the universe, but also the limits of human knowledge. We can trace the evolution of the cosmos back to fractions of a second after the Big Bang. Quarks coalescing into protons and neutrons, hydrogen atoms forming, galaxies taking shape. But beyond that threshold lies a realm of mystery. What caused the singularity? What conditions preceded it? And perhaps most perplexing, does the question what came before even make sense if time itself began with a Big Bang? This paradox forces us to confront the very definition of time. In everyday life, we think of time as a linear progression, marching steadily forward from past to present to future. But if time had a starting point, if it was born alongside space and matter, then the notion of before becomes meaningless. There is no prior state to reference, no external vantage point from which to observe the universe's inception. Instead, we are left with a boundary condition, a moment when the familiar rules dissolve into uncertainty. Some physicists propose models like the multiverse or cyclical universes to sidestep this conundrum, suggesting that our universe may be one iteration in an infinite series of births and deaths. Others speculate about higher dimensions or timeless realms outside our observable reality. Yet these ideas remain speculative, offering more questions than answers. The implications of the Big Bang singularity extend far beyond astrophysics, inviting theological and philosophical reflection. If the universe had a definitive beginning, what or who initiated it? For centuries, religious traditions have posited divine creation as the explanation for existence, framing the cosmos as a product of intentional design. The Big Bang singularity neither confirms nor denies such claims, but it does provide a scientific framework for discussing ultimate origins. It challenges believers and non-believers alike to reconsider their assumptions about eternity, causality, and purpose. Is the universe a self-contained system, arising spontaneously from nothingness? Or does its emergence hint at a deeper order, a transcendent source beyond human understanding? Moreover, the singularity raises existential questions about humanity's place within the grand narrative of creation. If the universe sprang into being from a single point, then every star, planet, and living organism shares a common ancestry, an awe-inspiring thought that underscores our interconnectedness. At the same time, the singularity reminds us of our insignificance in the vastness of space and time. Our lives occupy but a fleeting instant in the 13.8 billion-year story of the cosmos. Yet, paradoxically, the fact that we can contemplate these mysteries at all speaks to the extraordinary capacity of human consciousness. Philosophically, the Big Bang singularity invites us to ponder the relationship between nothingness and somethingness. How does something arise from nothing? Can nothing truly exist? Or is it merely the absence of something we can perceive? These riddles echo throughout history, from ancient metaphysical debates to contemporary quantum field theory, which suggests that empty space is never truly empty. It teems with virtual particles flickering in and out of existence. Perhaps the singularity represents not absolute nothingness, but a transition from one form of being to another, a threshold we have yet to cross intellectually. Ultimately, the Big Bang singularity serves as both a boundary and a bridge, a limit to current scientific understanding and a gateway to boundless speculation. It humbles us, reminding us how little we know while inspiring us to seek answers to the universe's deepest secrets. As we stand on the precipice of this great unknown, we turn our gaze toward another profound question. If the universe had a beginning, will it also have an end? Will entropy, the gradual decline into disorder, reign supreme, extinguishing all light and life in a cold, dark expanse? To examine this possibility, let us delve into the concept of heat death, a fate as chilling as it is inevitable. As stars burn out and galaxies drift apart, the cosmos may succumb to stillness, leaving behind only echoes of its former vibrancy. Prepare to confront the stark beauty of a universe winding down, where endings mirror beginnings in a cycle of eternal silence. Heat death of the universe. Imagine a universe shrouded in darkness, utterly silent and devoid of motion. The stars have long since burned out, their once brilliant light extinguished like embers fading into ash. Galaxies, now unrecognizable smudges of inert matter, drift endlessly apart, their gravitational bonds severed by time's relentless march. This is the heat death of the universe, a chilling vision of its ultimate fate, where usable energy has been exhausted, leaving behind only a state of maximum entropy. In this final chapter of cosmic existence, no work can be done, no life can thrive, and no change can occur. It is a future defined by uniform temperature and eternal stillness, a stark reminder of the impermanence of all things. The concept of heat death arises from the second law of thermodynamics, which states that entropy, or disorder, always increases over time in an isolated system. To understand this, picture a cup of hot coffee left on a table. Over time, its heat dissipates into the surrounding air until both reach equilibrium, at which point no further exchange occurs. Similarly, the universe operates as a closed system, steadily converting usable energy, such as sunlight or chemical reactions, into waste heat. As this process continues, the disparity between regions of high and low energy diminishes, eventually resulting in a homogeneous state where nothing remains to power stars, fuel planets, or sustain life. Without gradients to drive processes, the cosmos becomes inert, a frozen tableau stretching infinitely outward. The implications of heat death are profound, challenging not only our scientific understanding, but also our philosophical outlook on existence. On one hand, it paints a bleak picture of inevitability. No matter how advanced civilizations may become, no matter how much knowledge they accumulate, they cannot escape the entropic decay of the universe. This realization forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about meaning and purpose. If everything we create, cherish, and strive for will ultimately dissolve into nothingness, what is the point of striving at all? Is human endeavor merely a fleeting spark against an endless void, destined to fade without a trace? Yet, within this grim forecast lies a paradoxical beauty. The very finitude of the universe underscores the preciousness of the present moment. Knowing that stars will dim and galaxies will disperse reminds us to treasure the vibrancy of existence while it endures. The warmth of the sun on our skin, the brilliance of distant constellations, the intricate dance of particles that make up our bodies. Perhaps the transient nature of life gives it value, much like the fleeting bloom of a flower or the brief flicker of a candle flame. In this sense, heat death invites us to find meaning not in permanence but in impermanence, embracing the ephemeral as a source of wonder rather than despair. Philosophically, heat death raises questions about humanity's role in the grand narrative of the cosmos. Are we mere spectators, watching helplessly as the universe runs down like a clock winding to a halt? Or do we possess agency, however limited, to shape our legacy within the time allotted to us? Some argue that creativity, love, and connection offer ways to transcend entropy's pull, allowing us to leave imprints on the fabric of reality, even if those imprints themselves are temporary. Others suggest that accepting heat death as inevitable frees us from the burden of seeking eternal significance, encouraging instead a focus on the here and now. On a broader scale, heat death reflects universal themes of order and chaos, creation and destruction. Just as individual lives follow cycles of growth and decline, so too does the cosmos undergo phases of emergence and dissolution. These patterns resonate across scales, connecting the smallest subatomic interactions to the largest galactic movements. They remind us that endings are inseparable from beginnings, forming part of an endless cycle that transcends human comprehension. Ultimately, the heat death of the universe serves as both a warning and an invitation. It warns us of the fragility of existence, urging us to use our resources wisely and cherish the moments we share. At the same time, it invites us to marvel at the complexity and resilience of life, even in the face of inevitable decline. Though the cosmos may one day succumb to stillness, the echoes of our thoughts, actions, and creations will ripple through history, however faintly. While the universe winds down, human behavior often defies logic, revealing contradictions that mirror the complexities of existence itself. Consider the prisoner's dilemma, a thought experiment that explores cooperation versus betrayal in situations where rational self-interest leads to suboptimal outcomes. As we transition from the vast silence of heat death to the intricacies of human decision-making, prepare to grapple with another paradox. Why individuals sometimes sabotage collective good despite knowing better. In doing so, we'll uncover insights not only into human nature, but also into the delicate balance between competition and collaboration that shapes societies, and perhaps even the fate of civilizations. The prisoner's dilemma. Imagine two criminals arrested for a crime and placed in separate interrogation rooms. Each is given the same choice: stay silent, cooperate, or betray their partner, defect. If both remain silent, They each receive a light sentence due to lack of evidence. If one betrays while the other stays silent, the betrayer goes free while the loyal accomplice faces severe punishment. But if both betray each other, they both face moderate sentences. This scenario, known as the prisoner's dilemma, lies at the heart of game theory, a branch of mathematics that explores decision-making under conditions of conflict and cooperation. At first glance, it seems logical for each prisoner to act in their own self-interest by betraying the other. Yet this rational choice leads to an outcome worse for both than mutual cooperation would have been. The paradox exposes how individual rationality can undermine collective well-being. The implications of the prisoner's dilemma extend far beyond hypothetical criminals. It serves as a microcosm for countless real-world situations where cooperation yields better outcomes, but betrayal often feels safer in the short term. Consider international climate agreements, for example. Nations must decide whether to reduce carbon emissions, a costly endeavor, or continue polluting unchecked. If all countries cooperate, global warming slows, benefiting everyone. However, if one nation defects, prioritizing economic growth over environmental responsibility, it gains an advantage while others bear the burden. And if every country acts selfishly, the planet suffers catastrophic consequences. Similarly, businesses competing in a market may undercut rivals on price, leading to unsustainable practices that harm entire industries. Even everyday social interactions reflect this tension. Helping a neighbor strengthens community bonds, but ignoring them avoids effort, at least temporarily. Why do individuals so frequently sabotage the collective good? Part of the answer lies in human psychology. Evolution has wired us to prioritize immediate rewards over long-term benefits, making betrayal seem appealing when risks loom large. Fear also plays a role. Trusting others requires vulnerability, and betrayal carries steep emotional costs. Moreover, structural factors often exacerbate these tendencies. In competitive environments, incentives are skewed toward individual success rather than group harmony. For instance, capitalism rewards innovation and efficiency, sometimes at the expense of collaboration. Political systems incentivize leaders to focus on short-term gains rather than generational impacts. These dynamics create feedback loops where betrayal becomes normalized, eroding trust and perpetuating suboptimal outcomes. Yet, despite its bleak undertones, the prisoner's dilemma also highlights the power of repeated interactions to foster cooperation. In iterated versions of the game, players encounter each other multiple times, allowing past behavior to influence future decisions. Over time, strategies like tit-for-tat, where individuals mimic their partner's previous move, can encourage mutual benefit. This insight underscores the importance of relationships and reputation in sustaining cooperation. When people anticipate ongoing engagement, they're more likely to invest in trust-building behaviors. Real-world examples abound. Trade agreements stabilize economies, long-term partnerships thrive in business, and friendships deepen through shared experiences. The key takeaway is that cooperation isn't just altruistic, it's strategic. By prioritizing long-term reciprocity over short-term gain, societies can overcome the pitfalls of isolated self-interest. Philosophically, the prisoner's dilemma invites reflection on the nature of morality and ethics. Is cooperation inherently virtuous or merely pragmatic? Some argue that moral principles evolved precisely because they promote survival through group cohesion. Others contend that morality transcends utility, rooted instead in empathy and justice. Regardless of perspective, the dilemma reveals humanity's dual capacity for selfishness and solidarity. Our choices shape not only our personal trajectories, but also the fabric of society itself. On a broader scale, the prisoner's dilemma mirrors existential tensions between individualism and collectivism. Modern culture celebrates autonomy, yet no person exists in isolation. We rely on networks of interdependence, from families and communities to nations and ecosystems. Balancing these forces requires navigating paradoxes. How much freedom should we sacrifice for security? When does independence become isolation? These questions echo across disciplines, from economics to philosophy, highlighting the complexity of human existence. Ultimately, the prisoner's dilemma teaches us that cooperation demands trust, an invisible thread holding relationships together. Without it, even the most carefully constructed systems unravel, leaving chaos in their wake. But what happens when trust falters? What occurs when boundaries blur, definitions shift, and certainty dissolves into ambiguity? To explore these questions, let's turn to the Sorites paradox, a thought experiment that challenges our understanding of incremental change and its cumulative effects. As we transition from the dilemmas of cooperation to the subtleties of perception, prepare to confront another enigma: how small shifts can lead to profound transformations, and why clarity often eludes us until it's too late. The Sorites paradox. Imagine a pile of sand, grains stacked neatly into what we would all agree is a heap. Now, remove one grain. Surely, no one would argue that it suddenly ceased to be a heap. After all, the difference is imperceptible. Remove another grain, and then another, each time asking the same question: is it still a heap? At some point, you're left with just a few scattered grains, or even a single grain. And yet, there was never a clear moment when the heap vanished. This is the essence of the Sorites paradox, also known as the paradox of the heap. It exposes the slippery nature of vague concepts, challenging our ability to draw precise boundaries between categories like heap and non-heap, bald and not bald, or adult and child. The term Sorites comes from the Greek word for heap, but the paradox applies far beyond piles of sand. Consider the concept of baldness. If someone has 100,000 hairs on their head, they are clearly not bald. But if you pluck one hair at a time, at what exact number do they become bald? Similarly, think about age. When does a child officially transition into adulthood? Is it at 18 years, 1 day, or perhaps 17 years, 364 days? These examples reveal how language struggles to capture the nuances of gradual change. Our definitions often rely on arbitrary thresholds, creating artificial distinctions where none truly exist. The implications of the Sorites paradox run deep, touching nearly every domain of human thought. In science, for instance, species classification depends on identifying distinct traits, an endeavor complicated by evolutionary processes that blur lines between organisms. A wolf and a dog share a common ancestor, but at what genetic divergence did one cease to be a wild animal and the other become domesticated? In law, vague terms like reasonable doubt or excessive force create interpretive challenges, leaving judges and juries to navigate gray areas without definitive answers. Even in everyday life, we grapple with these ambiguities. How many calories make a meal indulgent rather than healthy? How late can you arrive before being considered rude? The paradox reminds us that much of human experience resists rigid categorization. Philosophically, the Sorites paradox forces us to confront the limitations of language and logic. Words are tools designed to simplify reality, yet they often fail to account for its complexity. By demanding precision where none exists, we risk oversimplifying nuanced phenomena. Some philosophers propose solutions such as fuzzy logic, which allows for degrees of truth rather than binary classifications. For example, instead of saying someone is either bald or not bald, fuzzy logic might describe them as somewhat bald. Others suggest embracing uncertainty itself, acknowledging that some questions have no definitive answers. Rather than seeking clarity, we learn to live with ambiguity, a humbling recognition of the world's inherent messiness. Moreover, the Sorites paradox invites reflection on the nature of identity and continuity. Changes occur constantly, both within ourselves and around us, yet we tend to perceive them as seamless progressions. A tree grows taller, a river carves deeper channels, and a person accumulates experiences, all incrementally, almost invisibly. When do these changes alter the essence of what something is? Are you the same person today as you were 10 years ago, despite countless transformations along the way? The paradox suggests that identity, too, operates on a spectrum, resisting fixed labels or endpoints. On a broader scale, the Sorites paradox resonates with existential themes about impermanence and adaptation. Life unfolds through small, cumulative shifts, each seemingly insignificant on its own, yet collectively transformative. Seasons pass, relationships evolve, and civilizations rise and fall. To cling too tightly to rigid definitions risks missing the beauty of fluidity, the way things ebb and flow without conforming to static ideals. Instead, we might embrace the paradox as a metaphor for growth, recognizing that meaning emerges not from absolutes, but from transitions, thresholds, and the spaces in between. Ultimately, the Sorites paradox teaches us humility in the face of ambiguity. It reminds us that language, while powerful, cannot fully encapsulate the richness of existence. Boundaries, whether physical, conceptual, or moral, are rarely as sharp as they appear. And this realization leads us naturally to another profound inquiry. Where do we draw the line between right and wrong? Moral dilemmas often mirror the paradoxical nature of vague concepts, forcing us to weigh competing values and principles. Take lying, for example. Is deception ever justified, or must honesty remain an absolute rule? To explore this question, let's delve into Kant's categorical imperative, a cornerstone of ethical philosophy that seeks universal laws amidst the murkiness of human behavior. As we leave behind the shifting sands of the Sorites paradox, prepare to navigate the equally complex terrain of morality, where clarity remains elusive and choices carry weighty consequences. Kant's categorical imperative. Imagine a world where every action you take becomes a universal law, binding not only yourself, but everyone else. If you lie, then lying must be permissible for all people in all situations. If you steal, then theft becomes acceptable across the board. This is the essence of Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, one of philosophy's most influential ethical frameworks. At its core, the principle demands consistency and universality. Act only according to maxims, rules of conduct, that could be willed to become universal laws without contradiction. In simpler terms, before acting, ask yourself whether your decision would still make sense if everyone followed the same rule. If it doesn't, then the action is morally impermissible. Kant believed morality should transcend personal desires, emotions, or consequences. Instead, he argued that moral duty arises from reason alone, a pure, objective standard accessible to all rational beings. For example, consider telling a lie to avoid embarrassment. According to Kant, lying violates the categorical imperative because if everyone lied whenever it suited them, trust would collapse, rendering communication meaningless. A world where lying is universally accepted contradicts the very purpose of truth-telling, undermining its coherence as a maxim. Thus, lying is inherently immoral, regardless of circumstances or outcomes. While elegant in theory, Kant's framework often clashes with real-world complexities. Take the classic dilemma. Should you lie to protect an innocent person hiding from danger? From a Kantian perspective, lying remains wrong even in this scenario because making exceptions undermines the universality of moral principles. Yet, many argue that rigid adherence to such absolutes can lead to morally untenable conclusions. Saving a life might seem more important than upholding an abstract rule about honesty. These tensions highlight a central critique of Kant's philosophy, its inability to accommodate nuanced situations where conflicting duties arise. Critics contend that morality isn't always black and white. It often exists in shades of gray, requiring flexibility rather than unwavering rigidity. Philosophical debates over Kant's categorical imperative continue to rage, particularly when it comes to exceptions and practical application. Some defend Kant's approach by emphasizing its long-term benefits. By adhering strictly to universal principles, individuals contribute to a stable, predictable society where rights and responsibilities are clearly defined. Others propose modifications, blending Kantian ethics with consequentialist considerations like harm reduction or utility maximization. For instance, perhaps lying to save a life aligns with a broader moral imperative to preserve human well-being. Such hybrid approaches attempt to bridge the gap between idealism and pragmatism, though they risk diluting the purity of Kant's original vision. On a deeper level, the categorical imperative challenges us to reflect on the nature of morality itself. Why do we value consistency and universality in ethics? Is it because these qualities resonate with our sense of fairness and justice, ensuring equal treatment for all? Or do they stem from a desire for order and control in an otherwise chaotic world? Kant's emphasis on autonomy, the idea that moral agents legislate their own actions through reason, underscores humanity's capacity for self-governance. It elevates ethics beyond mere compliance with external rules, framing it instead as an exercise of freedom and dignity. Moreover, the categorical imperative invites us to examine how belief systems shape moral reasoning. While Kant grounded his philosophy in secular rationality, many religious traditions also emphasize universal principles, albeit derived from divine authority rather than human reason. The Ten Commandments, for example, prescribe absolute prohibitions against murder, theft, and deceit, echoing Kant's insistence on unyielding moral standards. Yet, faith introduces additional dimensions to ethical discourse, including questions about ultimate purpose, accountability, and the afterlife. How do we reconcile reason with revelation? And what role does faith play in navigating moral uncertainty? This line of inquiry leads naturally to another profound question. Is belief in God, or any higher power, a rational choice? Blaise Pascal, the 17th-century mathematician and philosopher, famously addressed this issue with his wager. He argued that belief in God is akin to placing a bet, weighing the potential rewards and risks of faith against skepticism. If God exists, believers gain eternal happiness, while non-believers face infinite loss. Conversely, if God does not exist, believers lose little, whereas non-believers gain nothing substantial. Pascal's wager reframes faith not as a matter of proof, but as a pragmatic gamble, one with stakes far greater than any earthly concern. As we transition from the rigorous logic of Kant's categorical imperative to the existential calculations of Pascal's wager, prepare to grapple with yet another paradox. Can faith coexist with reason, or must we choose between them? Is belief a leap into the unknown, guided by hope and intuition, or a calculated risk governed by logic and probability? These questions bridge the realms of ethics, theology, and human aspiration, inviting us to ponder the interplay between conviction and doubt in the search for meaning. Pascal's wager. Imagine standing at a cosmic crossroads, faced with a decision that could determine your eternal fate. On one path lies belief in God, on the other, disbelief. How do you choose? For Blaise Pascal, the answer wasn't rooted in theological proofs or metaphysical arguments, but in a simple cost-benefit analysis. Known as Pascal's wager, this philosophical proposition frames belief in God as a rational gamble. The reasoning goes like this. If you believe in God and He exists, you stand to gain infinite happiness in the afterlife. A reward so immense it dwarfs any earthly sacrifice. If you believe and he doesn't exist, you lose little. Perhaps some time spent in prayer or adherence to moral precepts. Conversely, if you disbelieve and God does exist, you risk infinite loss, eternal punishment or separation from divine grace. And if you disbelieve and he doesn't exist, you gain nothing of lasting significance. Faced with these options, Pascal argued, it is more prudent to bet on God's existence. At first glance, Pascal's wager seems compelling, offering a pragmatic approach to faith. By reducing belief to a matter of probabilities and outcomes, it bypasses the need for empirical evidence or intellectual certainty. After all, why take the risk of rejecting something that promises infinite reward? Yet, despite its surface appeal, the wager has sparked intense criticism over the centuries. One major objection centers on the reduction of faith to pragmatism. Critics argue that genuine belief cannot be coerced through logical calculations. It arises from conviction, experience, or revelation. To bet on God out of fear of consequences feels hollow, lacking the sincerity and depth that many religious traditions value. Faith, they contend, should not be treated as a transactional exercise, but as a profound relationship with the divine. Another challenge lies in the sheer multiplicity of gods across cultures and religions. Which deity should one wager on? Should you place your faith in the Christian God, Allah, Vishnu, or some lesser-known divine figure? Each tradition offers different doctrines, rituals, and visions of the afterlife, complicating the notion of a single, universal wager. Moreover, what if you choose incorrectly? Believing in the wrong God might incur penalties just as severe as outright disbelief. This ambiguity undermines Pascal's premise, suggesting that the wager itself may lead to further uncertainty rather than resolution. Philosophically, Pascal's wager also raises questions about the nature of belief and agency. Can one truly will themselves to believe in something simply because it seems advantageous? Belief often stems from evidence, intuition, or cultural conditioning, not deliberate choice. Even if someone decides to act as though they believe, a practice known as faith without faith, does this outward conformity satisfy the demands of authentic spirituality? Or does it reduce religion to a utilitarian strategy, stripping away its transformative power? On a broader scale, Pascal's wager invites reflection on how humans navigate existential risks and uncertainties. Life is rife with decisions where outcomes are unknown or stakes are high, from career choices to relationships to health. In such cases, we often rely on imperfect information, weighing probabilities and potential consequences. Pascal's framework mirrors this process, applying it to the ultimate question of whether God exists. Yet, unlike mundane gambles, the wager carries profound implications for identity, purpose, and morality. It forces us to confront not only our beliefs, but also our fears, hopes, and willingness to embrace the unknown. Ultimately, Pascal's wager serves as both an invitation and a provocation. It invites skeptics to consider the practical benefits of belief, while provoking believers to examine the motivations behind their faith. Does conviction stem from heartfelt devotion, or is it driven by the desire to hedge one's bets against eternity? These questions blur the line between reason and emotion, challenging us to reconcile logic with longing. As we move beyond the pragmatic calculus of Pascal's wager, we encounter another enduring tension between faith and reason: the problem of evil. How can an all-powerful, benevolent deity permit suffering in the world? Natural disasters, disease, injustice. These harsh realities seem incompatible with the idea of a loving creator. The problem of evil forces us to grapple with contradictions that have troubled theologians and philosophers for millennia. Is evil a test of faith, a necessary counterpart to free will, or evidence against divine existence altogether. As we delve into this paradox, prepare to wrestle with one of humanity's most profound dilemmas, reconciling the presence of pain with the promise of providence. The problem of evil. Imagine a world created by an all-powerful, all-knowing, and perfectly benevolent deity. A world designed to reflect divine perfection. Now consider the reality we inhabit. Natural disasters devastate communities, diseases ravage bodies, and human cruelty inflicts immeasurable suffering. How can these two visions coexist? This is the essence of the problem of evil, one of philosophy's most enduring paradoxes. It challenges the coherence of traditional theism by asking how an omnipotent and loving God could allow such profound pain and injustice to persist. If God is truly all-powerful, why doesn't he prevent suffering? And if he is perfectly good, why does he permit evil to flourish? Philosophers have proposed various explanations in an attempt to resolve this tension, yet none fully satisfy the dilemma. One common argument centers on free will, the idea that moral evil arises from humanity's capacity to choose between right and wrong. According to this view, a world where humans possess genuine freedom, even at the risk of harming others, is preferable to one devoid of choice. Natural evils, such as earthquakes or pandemics, are often attributed to the laws of nature, which enable life but also carry inherent risks. While these arguments provide some framework for understanding suffering, they leave significant gaps. For instance, why couldn't an all-powerful God design a universe with both free will and fewer catastrophic consequences? Moreover, the sheer scale of suffering, millions dying in famines, wars, or plagues, seems disproportionate to any conceivable benefit. Another explanation involves the concept of soul-making, suggesting that hardships serve a higher purpose by fostering virtues like resilience, compassion, and wisdom. Suffering, proponents argue, shapes character and deepens spiritual growth, enabling individuals to become better versions of themselves. However, this perspective raises uncomfortable questions. Is the immense suffering endured by innocent children or animals justified by their supposed moral development? What about those who experience only despair without apparent redemption? To suggest that every instance of pain contributes meaningfully to personal growth strains credulity when confronted with the raw brutality of existence. A third approach embraces mystery, acknowledging that finite human minds cannot comprehend the infinite wisdom of God. From this standpoint, suffering may have purposes beyond our understanding, woven into a divine plan too complex for us to grasp. While this response offers solace to some believers, it risks rendering faith impervious to scrutiny. By invoking mystery, it sidesteps the intellectual rigor required to address legitimate concerns about divine justice and accountability. Critics argue that appealing to inscrutability undermines the very attributes, omnipotence, omniscience, benevolence, that define God within classical theism. The implications of the problem of evil extend far beyond theology, inspiring alternative interpretations of divinity and purpose. Some reject traditional notions of God altogether, embracing atheism or agnosticism as more consistent with observable reality. Others reinterpret divinity itself, envisioning a limited God who struggles alongside humanity rather than reigning supreme over creation. Process theology, for example, posits that God influences but does not control events, sharing in the joys and sorrows of the cosmos. Similarly, existentialist thinkers frame suffering as an intrinsic aspect of human existence, divorced from divine intent. Rather than seeking external answers, they emphasize creating meaning amid chaos, finding purpose through relationships, creativity, and perseverance. On a broader scale, the problem of evil invites reflection on the human condition itself. Suffering is universal, transcending boundaries of culture, religion, and geography. Yet its presence sparks wildly divergent responses, from resignation to rebellion, despair to hope. These reactions reveal deeper truths about resilience, empathy, and the search for significance. They remind us that while we may never fully understand the origins of pain, we possess the power to shape how we respond to it. Compassion becomes a form of resistance against evil, transforming tragedy into opportunities for connection and renewal. Ultimately, the problem of evil forces us to confront uncomfortable realities about the nature of existence. It challenges not only religious doctrines, but also secular assumptions about progress, morality, and justice. In doing so, it underscores the limits of human knowledge and the complexity of life itself. Divine mysteries remain elusive, inviting humility in the face of uncertainty, and leading naturally to another enigma that defies comprehension: infinity. Can something be bigger than infinity? As we transition from the paradoxes of suffering to the boundless realms of mathematics and metaphysics, prepare to grapple with concepts that stretch the boundaries of thought itself. Infinity beckons us to explore what lies beyond measure, offering glimpses of eternity even as it eludes definitive grasp. The Banach-Tarski paradox. Imagine taking a solid sphere, no larger than an orange, and cutting it into pieces so peculiar and intricate that they defy all conventional notions of geometry. Now imagine reassembling those fragments, not by stretching, bending, or adding material, but simply rearranging them to create two spheres, each identical in size and volume to the original. This is the essence of the Banach-Tarski paradox, a mind-bending result from abstract mathematics that seems to violate the most basic principles of conservation and logic. At first glance, it appears as though something has been conjured out of thin air, a mathematical sleight of hand that allows you to double your treasure without effort. To understand this paradox, we must delve into the realm of infinite sets and non-measurable objects, concepts far removed from the tangible world we inhabit. The Banach-Tarski paradox relies on the axiom of choice, a foundational principle in set theory that permits mathematicians to select elements from infinitely large collections, even when no explicit rule exists for doing so. Using this axiom, the sphere is divided into subsets so complex and fragmented that traditional measures like volume become meaningless. These subsets lack any intuitive geometric properties. They are neither smooth nor continuous, but instead resemble bizarre, scattered clouds of points. When these pieces are carefully rearranged through rigid motions, rotations, and translations, they somehow form two perfect spheres, each equal in volume to the original. The implications of the Banach-Tarski paradox are as profound as they are unsettling. On one level, it demonstrates the extraordinary power and occasional counterintuitive nature of mathematics. In the abstract world of pure math, where physical constraints do not apply, operations that seem impossible in reality can be proven theoretically valid. Yet, this disconnect raises important questions about the relationship between mathematics and the physical universe. If doubling a sphere's volume through decomposition and reassembly violates our understanding of mass and energy, does this mean that mathematics describes more than just the real world? Or does it suggest that certain mathematical truths exist independently of physical laws, operating in a realm beyond human intuition? Moreover, the Banach-Tarski paradox challenges us to reconsider the nature of infinity itself. Infinity is already a slippery concept, defying easy comprehension due to its boundless and self-referential qualities. But the paradox takes this difficulty further, revealing how manipulating infinite sets can lead to results that feel almost magical or absurd. For instance, the idea of doubling a finite object using only its own components flies in the face of conservation laws, which dictate that matter cannot be created or destroyed. While the paradox operates within the confines of theoretical mathematics, it highlights the limitations of applying infinite constructs to finite systems. Our brains evolved to process discrete quantities and observable phenomena, leaving us ill-equipped to fully grasp the implications of such abstractions. Philosophically, the Banach-Tarski paradox invites reflection on the boundaries of human knowledge. Does the fact that we can prove something mathematically guarantee its relevance to reality? Or does it merely illustrate the creative potential of formal systems, untethered from empirical verification? Some argue that paradoxes like this serve as reminders of the humility required when confronting the unknown. Others see them as evidence that mathematics transcends physical reality, offering insights into deeper truths about structure, symmetry, and possibility. On a broader scale, the Banach-Tarski paradox resonates with existential themes about creation and transformation. Much like the fragmented pieces of the sphere, life often feels disjointed and chaotic, yet moments of reassembly can yield unexpected beauty and coherence. The paradox mirrors humanity's enduring quest to impose order on disorder, to find patterns amidst randomness, and to create meaning from seemingly disparate elements. It reminds us that while some processes may appear illogical or even miraculous, they often stem from underlying rules and structures waiting to be uncovered. Ultimately, the Banach-Tarski paradox serves as both a marvel and a cautionary tale. It showcases the elegance and strangeness of mathematics, while challenging us to reconcile its findings with our everyday experiences. By pushing the limits of reason and imagination, it forces us to confront the gaps between what we know, what we think we know, and what remains forever mysterious. If mathematics can defy logic in such startling ways, what happens when similar tensions arise in decision-making? Consider Newcomb's paradox, a thought experiment that pits rationality against trust, forcing individuals to choose between conflicting strategies based on predictions of their behavior. As we transition from the abstract wonders of the Banach-Tarski paradox to the psychological intricacies of choice, prepare to grapple with another enigma. How do we navigate decisions when reason and intuition collide? What role does trust play in shaping outcomes? And how much control do we truly have over our fate? These questions blur the lines between philosophy, psychology, and game theory, inviting us to explore the complexities of human agency in an uncertain world. Newcomb's paradox. Imagine standing before two boxes, each containing a tantalizing offer. The first box is transparent, revealing $1,000 in crisp bills. A sure thing, no strings attached. The second box, opaque and shrouded in mystery, holds either $1 million or nothing at all. Here's the catch. Whether the opaque box contains the fortune depends on a predictor, an entity with near-perfect accuracy in forecasting human behavior. If the predictor foresaw that you would take only the opaque box, they filled it with $1 million. But if they predicted you'd greedily grab both boxes, they left the opaque box empty. What do you choose? This is Newcomb's paradox, a thought experiment that forces us to grapple with the tension between rational self-interest and trust in an external authority. At its core, Newcomb's paradox pits two competing decision-making frameworks against one another. On one side lies causal decision theory, which advocates for maximizing immediate gain. From this perspective, the choice is clear. Take both boxes. Regardless of what the predictor has done, the transparent box guarantees $1,000, and the opaque box either adds $1 million to your haul or contributes nothing. Since your actions now cannot retroactively change the contents of the opaque box, the prediction was made beforehand. Grabbing both seems like the optimal strategy. After all, why leave money on the table? On the other side stands evidential decision theory, which emphasizes the importance of aligning your decision with the evidence provided by the predictor's track record. If the predictor has demonstrated remarkable accuracy in foreseeing others' choices, then trusting their prediction becomes paramount. In this view, taking only the opaque box signals confidence in the predictor's ability, increasing the likelihood that they anticipated your restraint and rewarded you accordingly. By contrast, opting for both boxes might signal greed, prompting the predictor to withhold the $1 million. Evidential decision theorists argue that success hinges not just on logic, but also on understanding how your actions influence outcomes indirectly. The implications of Newcomb's paradox extend far beyond the hypothetical scenario of choosing boxes. It exposes fundamental questions about free will, determinism, and the nature of agency. Are our choices truly autonomous, or are they predetermined by factors outside our control? The predictor's uncanny accuracy suggests a deterministic universe where future events can be reliably inferred from past data. Yet, the act of deliberation implies freedom, the belief that we can shape outcomes through conscious decisions. Which framework better reflects reality? And does it matter if the end result remains the same? Philosophically, Newcomb's paradox also challenges our assumptions about rationality. Is it more rational to follow a strategy that yields guaranteed winnings? Or should we place greater weight on probabilistic reasoning informed by context? The paradox blurs the line between objective calculation and subjective judgment, reminding us that even the most logical minds are influenced by intuition, trust, and perception. Moreover, it highlights the psychological complexities of decision-making. Human beings are not purely rational actors. Emotions, biases, and social pressures often guide our choices in ways that defy straightforward analysis. On a broader scale, Newcomb's paradox resonates with real-world dilemmas involving risk, reward, and trust. Consider scenarios like climate agreements, where nations must decide whether to cooperate for collective benefit or prioritize short-term gains at the expense of global stability. Similarly, individuals face analogous trade-offs in relationships, careers, and investments, choosing between immediate gratification and long-term prosperity. Trust emerges as a central theme in these contexts, underscoring the delicate balance between skepticism and faith. Do we believe others will act honorably, or do we safeguard ourselves against potential betrayal? Ultimately, Newcomb's paradox serves as a mirror reflecting the intricacies of human cognition and morality. It reminds us that decisions rarely exist in isolation. They ripple outward, shaping not only personal outcomes, but also interpersonal dynamics and societal structures. Whether we lean toward causal pragmatism or evidential trust, the paradox reveals how deeply intertwined reason and emotion are in the art of choice. As we leave behind the philosophical tug-of-war of Newcomb's paradox, prepare to step into the realm of physics, where time itself bends and stretches in ways that defy common sense. Enter the twin paradox, a cornerstone of Einstein's theory of relativity. Imagine two siblings, one traveling near light speed while the other stays on Earth. When they reunite, the traveler finds themselves younger than their sibling, a consequence of time dilation. How does motion alter the passage of time? And what does this mean for our understanding of existence? These questions bridge the abstract and the empirical, inviting us to explore the interplay between space, time, and identity in a universe governed by relativistic principles. The twin paradox. The twin paradox is one of the most fascinating consequences of Einstein's theory of relativity, offering a glimpse into the malleable nature of time. At its heart lies the concept of time dilation, which states that time flows differently for objects moving at varying speeds relative to one another. This phenomenon becomes strikingly apparent when considering two siblings, one who remains on Earth and another who embarks on a high-speed journey through space. Upon their reunion, the traveling twin has aged significantly less than the sibling who stayed behind, despite both having experienced the passage of time in their respective frames of reference. To unpack this scenario, we turn to Einstein's special theory of relativity, which posits that space and time are interwoven into a four-dimensional continuum known as spacetime. According to this framework, Time is not an absolute constant, but instead depends on velocity. For an object traveling near the speed of light, time slows down relative to a stationary observer. This effect, called time dilation, intensifies as the object approaches light speed, while the traveling twin experiences what feels like a normal passage of time aboard their spaceship. Years or even decades may elapse for the Earth-bound sibling. The discrepancy arises because the traveler undergoes acceleration and deceleration during their voyage, breaking the symmetry between the two frames of reference. From a practical standpoint, the twin paradox might seem abstract, yet its implications ripple through both theoretical physics and real-world applications. For instance, astronauts aboard the International Space Station experience a minuscule but measurable difference in time compared to people on Earth due to their orbital velocity. Similarly, GPS satellites must account for relativistic effects to maintain accurate positioning data. These examples demonstrate how deeply embedded the principles of relativity are in our understanding of the universe, and how they shape the technologies we rely on daily. Philosophically, the twin paradox challenges our intuitive grasp of time as a universal constant. Humanity has long conceptualized time as a linear progression, unchanging and uniform for all observers. Relativity disrupts this notion, revealing time as a flexible dimension influenced by motion and gravity. It forces us to confront unsettling questions about the nature of existence. If time can stretch or contract depending on circumstances, what does it mean to live in the moment? Are past, present, and future fixed absolutes, or do they shift based on perspective? These uncertainties blur the boundaries between objective reality and subjective experience, exposing the limitations of human perception. The paradox also invites reflection on identity and continuity. If one twin ages more slowly than the other, does this disparity alter their shared sense of self? How does such a divergence affect their relationship, memories, and connection to a common history? On a broader scale, the twin paradox underscores humanity's place within a vast, dynamic cosmos governed by laws far beyond our immediate comprehension. Our lives unfold within the constraints of space-time, shaped by forces invisible yet omnipresent. Yet, paradoxically, these same forces enable advancements that enrich our modern world, from satellite navigation to deep space exploration. Moreover, the twin paradox resonates with existential themes about impermanence and change. Life itself is a journey through time, marked by milestones that feel immutable yet are deeply personal. The idea that time could stretch or contract depending on one's circumstances challenges the notion of shared timelines. It suggests that each individual's experience of existence is uniquely theirs, shaped by factors as varied as location, velocity, and gravitational pull. In this sense, the paradox mirrors the human condition, a reminder that while we share the same universe, our journeys through it are profoundly individual. Ultimately, the twin paradox serves as both a scientific marvel and a philosophical provocation. It demonstrates the strange consequences of relativistic physics, pushing us to expand our mental horizons and embrace the counterintuitive. By challenging our assumptions about time, it opens doors to deeper inquiries about the interplay between perception, reality, and expectation. As we transition from the relativistic distortions of time to the quirks of human psychology, prepare to explore another enigma, the Pygmalion effect. What happens when expectations themselves defy logic? Can belief in someone's potential alter their reality, transforming mere possibility into tangible achievement? These questions bridge the realms of science and sociology, inviting us to examine how anticipation shapes outcomes, and whether faith in others can truly rewrite destiny. The unexpected hanging paradox. The unexpected hanging paradox is a mind-bending conundrum that challenges our ability to reason about the future, blending logic and psychology in ways that defy easy resolution. The scenario unfolds as follows. A judge sentences a prisoner to be hanged at noon on one of the following 5 weekdays, Monday through Friday, but with an important stipulation. The execution must occur unexpectedly. The prisoner cannot predict which day it will happen. Upon hearing this, the prisoner begins to analyze the situation logically, convinced that the conditions make the hanging impossible. His reasoning starts with Friday. If the week reaches Thursday evening without an execution, then the hanging would have to occur on Friday. However, this would no longer be unexpected, so Friday can be ruled out as a valid option. With Friday eliminated, the prisoner turns his attention to Thursday. By similar logic, if Wednesday passes without incident, the hanging would have to occur on Thursday. But again, this would not come as a surprise. Thus, Thursday can also be dismissed. This process continues backward through the week, ruling out Wednesday, Tuesday, and finally Monday. Convinced that no day satisfies the condition of being both scheduled and unexpected, the prisoner concludes that the execution cannot take place under the given terms. Yet, much to his astonishment, the execution does occur, and it catches him completely off guard. The promise of unpredictability is fulfilled, leaving the prisoner's earlier reasoning in shambles. What went wrong? How could something deemed logically impossible still happen? This paradox highlights the complexities and contradictions inherent in our attempts to anticipate events, especially when those events involve self-referential or circular reasoning. At its core, the unexpected hanging paradox exposes flaws in how we approach predictions and expectations. Human cognition thrives on patterns, probabilities, and deductive reasoning. Yet these tools often falter when applied to scenarios involving uncertainty or self-reference. The prisoner's mistake lies in assuming that his logical deductions could fully account for the nature of surprise. Surprise, by definition, resists prediction. It exists precisely because it disrupts anticipated outcomes. By trying to eliminate possibilities through backward reasoning, the prisoner inadvertently created a framework that collapsed under its own weight. Philosophically, the paradox raises profound questions about the limits of human foresight and the tension between determinism and free will. Can we ever truly anticipate all variables? Or are there aspects of reality that remain perpetually elusive? The prisoner's futile attempt to outwit fate mirrors broader existential dilemmas. Our desire to control the uncontrollable, to impose order on chaos, and to find meaning in randomness. It reminds us that life itself is rife with surprises, many of which resist explanation or preparation. In this sense, the paradox serves as a metaphor for the human condition, a reminder that certainty is often an illusion. On a deeper level, the unexpected hanging paradox invites reflection on the interplay between logic and intuition. While deductive reasoning provides a powerful tool for understanding the world, it sometimes leads us astray when applied too rigidly. Intuition, though less systematic, often proves better equipped to navigate ambiguity and paradox. The prisoner's failure stems not from faulty logic per se, but from overconfidence in its ability to encompass every possibility. In doing so, he neglected the essential role of unpredictability in shaping outcomes. Moreover, the paradox resonates with psychological insights into expectation and anticipation. Studies show that people experience heightened emotional responses when events violate their expectations. Whether it's joy, fear, or shock, the element of surprise amplifies the impact of an experience. The prisoner's ultimate bewilderment underscores the power of the unexpected to disrupt even the most carefully constructed mental models. It suggests that while logic shapes our understanding of the world, emotions and perceptions play an equally vital role in determining how we respond to it. Ultimately, The unexpected hanging paradox reveals the delicate balance between what we think we know and what remains beyond our grasp. It challenges us to embrace uncertainty rather than resist it, recognizing that some truths elude capture within the confines of pure reason. By exposing the cracks in our predictive frameworks, it invites humility in the face of complexity. As we leave behind the tangled web of anticipation and reasoning, prepare to encounter another enigma rooted in contradiction: the Barber paradox. Who shaves the barber if he only shaves those who do not shave themselves? This classic puzzle delves into the realm of self-reference and logical inconsistency, pushing us to confront the boundaries of language and thought. Like the unexpected hanging paradox, it forces us to question whether coherence is always attainable, or if paradoxes are an inevitable part of existence itself. The Barber paradox. The Barber paradox is a deceptively simple thought experiment that unravels the foundations of logic and set theory, exposing the pitfalls of self-referential statements. Imagine a small town with a single barber who follows a strict rule. He shaves all and only those men in the town who do not shave themselves. At first glance, this seems straightforward, until we ask the critical question: who shaves the barber? If the barber shaves himself, he violates his own rule because he is supposed to shave only those who do not shave themselves. But if he does not shave himself, then according to the rule, he must shave himself. This creates an irresolvable logical loop, leaving us trapped in a paradox with no clear escape. The paradox arises from the inherent contradictions embedded in self-reference. By defining the barber's role in terms of a condition that applies universally, including to himself, the statement collapses under its own weight. The problem lies not in the specifics of shaving, but in the broader implications for systems of classification and definition. In essence, the Barber paradox reveals how seemingly innocuous rules can lead to inconsistencies when they attempt to encompass every possible case, including the rule-maker themselves. This paradox gained prominence through the work of philosopher and mathematician Bertrand Russell, who used it to highlight flaws in naive set theory, a mathematical framework that allows sets to be defined without restriction. Russell demonstrated that unrestricted definitions could lead to contradictions, such as the infamous set of all sets that do not contain themselves. Does this set contain itself? If it does, it violates its own definition. If it doesn't, it must include itself by the same logic. The Barber paradox serves as an accessible analogy for this deeper issue, illustrating how self-referential constructs undermine the consistency of formal systems. Philosophically, the Barber paradox raises profound questions about the nature of language, logic, and truth. It forces us to confront the limits of our ability to describe and categorize the world. Human thought thrives on clarity and coherence, yet paradoxes like this expose the fragility of these ideals. They remind us that even the most carefully constructed systems can harbor contradictions, challenging our assumptions about the reliability of reason itself. Moreover, the paradox highlights the dangers of circular reasoning, where conclusions depend on premises that ultimately refer back to themselves in ways that defy resolution. On a practical level, the Barber paradox has inspired significant advances in mathematics and philosophy. Russell's insights led to the development of type theory and other formal frameworks designed to avoid such inconsistencies. These innovations laid the groundwork for modern approaches to foundational mathematics, ensuring that paradoxes could be identified and addressed before undermining entire systems. Yet, while solutions exist within specific domains, the paradox persists as a cautionary tale about the perils of overgeneralization and unchecked self-reference. Beyond its technical applications, the Barber paradox resonates with existential themes about identity and purpose. Much like the barber caught in his own rule, individuals often find themselves constrained by roles or expectations they impose upon themselves. What happens when we define our lives in terms that exclude our own participation? How do we reconcile internal conflicts when our actions contradict our principles? These questions echo the tension between individual agency and systemic constraints, underscoring the complexity of navigating personal and collective identities. Ultimately, the Barber paradox serves as both a puzzle and a provocation. It demonstrates the power of abstraction to illuminate fundamental truths about the structure of reality, and the potential for even the simplest ideas to unravel into chaos. By revealing the vulnerabilities of self-referential reasoning, it invites humility in the face of complexity, reminding us that some problems resist easy answers. As we transition from the tangled loops of the Barber paradox, prepare to delve into another cornerstone of mathematical philosophy, Gödel's incompleteness theorems. These groundbreaking results extend the lessons of self-reference to their logical conclusion, proving that within any sufficiently complex system, there will always be truths that cannot be proven. This revelation transforms paradoxes from mere curiosities into profound statements about the boundaries of knowledge and the limits of human understanding. Like the Barber paradox, Gödel's work challenges us to grapple with the interplay between completeness and consistency, and to accept that some mysteries may forever elude resolution. Gödel's incompleteness theorems. In the early 20th century, mathematicians dreamed of creating a perfect foundation for mathematics, a system so complete and consistent that every true statement could be proven within it. This vision was rooted in the belief that logic and reason could unlock all mathematical truths, leaving no room for ambiguity or uncertainty. Kurt Gödel shattered this dream with his groundbreaking incompleteness theorems, which revealed fundamental limitations inherent in any formal system capable of expressing arithmetic. At their core, Gödel's theorems demonstrate that no matter how sophisticated or comprehensive a mathematical framework may be, there will always exist statements that are true but unprovable within that system. To understand Gödel's achievement, we must first grasp the essence of self-reference, a concept central to his work. Gödel constructed a statement analogous to saying, "This statement cannot be proven," embedding it within the language of mathematics itself. If the statement is true, then it confirms its own unprovability, meaning there exists a truth beyond the reach of the system's axioms. If the statement is false, it leads to a contradiction because a false statement should not imply its own provability. Thus, the system faces an unavoidable dilemma. Either it is incomplete, unable to prove all true statements, or inconsistent, capable of proving contradictory claims. Gödel's brilliance lay in formalizing this paradox using precise mathematical techniques, showing that even the most rigorous systems cannot escape the shadow of incompleteness. The implications of Gödel's theorems extend far beyond mathematics, challenging deeply held beliefs about the nature of knowledge and reasoning. For centuries, humanity has sought certainty through science, philosophy, and logic, assuming that progress would eventually illuminate every corner of understanding. Gödel demonstrated that such aspirations are fundamentally flawed, at least within the realm of formal systems. His theorem suggests that there are boundaries to what can be known, not due to ignorance or technological constraints, but as an intrinsic property of complex frameworks. These limits apply not only to mathematics, but also to fields like computer science, linguistics, and even artificial intelligence, where algorithms and logical structures underpin much of the work. Philosophically, Gödel's incompleteness theorems resonate with existential themes about the human condition. They remind us that our quest for absolute truth is fraught with obstacles, forcing us to confront the possibility that some questions may remain forever unanswered. Rather than despairing over these limitations, however, Gödel's insights encourage humility and curiosity. By acknowledging the boundaries of formal systems, we open ourselves to new ways of thinking, embracing creativity, intuition, and interdisciplinary approaches to address problems that resist traditional methods. The theorems also underscore the importance of context. What appears as a limitation in one framework might inspire innovation in another. On a broader scale, Gödel's work highlights the intricate relationship between structure and freedom. Formal systems provide order and predictability, enabling remarkable achievements in mathematics and beyond. Yet, they also constrain exploration by imposing rules that inevitably exclude certain possibilities. Paradoxically, it is precisely these exclusions, the gaps and uncertainties, that fuel discovery and progress. Gödel showed that incompleteness is not a flaw, but a feature of rich, expressive systems, offering fertile ground for inquiry and imagination. Moreover, the theorems invite reflection on the interplay between completeness and consistency. A system that strives for completeness risks inconsistency, while one that prioritizes consistency must accept incompleteness. This trade-off mirrors dilemmas faced in other domains, from ethics to governance, where balancing competing values often requires compromise. Gödel's findings thus serve as a metaphor for the complexities of navigating life itself, a reminder that perfection is elusive, and sometimes the best we can hope for is coherence amidst imperfection. Ultimately, Gödel's incompleteness theorems stand as both a cautionary tale and a source of inspiration. They reveal the fragility of our attempts to impose order on chaos, yet they also celebrate the boundless potential of human ingenuity. By exposing the limits of formal proof, they challenge us to transcend those boundaries, seeking deeper truths that lie beyond the reach of conventional tools. As we leave behind the mathematical frontiers illuminated by Gödel, prepare to explore another domain where certainty falters: language. What happens when words themselves become unreliable carriers of meaning? Language shapes our thoughts, communicates our intentions, and anchors our shared reality. But it is also riddled with ambiguities, contradictions, and paradoxes. From puns to poetry, from misinterpretations to outright deceptions, the instability of language mirrors the intellectual challenges posed by Gödel's work. As we transition into this next enigma, consider how the same medium that allows us to articulate profound ideas can also obscure, distort, or confound them entirely. The liar's revenge. The liar's revenge takes the already perplexing liar paradox to an even more labyrinthine level, plunging us deeper into the murky waters of truth, language, and logic. To recap, the classic liar paradox arises from a seemingly innocuous statement like, "This sentence is false." If the sentence is true, then what it asserts must hold. It is false. But if it is false, then it contradicts itself by being true. This self-referential loop creates an irresolvable tension, leaving us stranded in a logical no-man's land. Now imagine amplifying this paradox by introducing layers of meta-analysis, statements that comment not only on their own truth, but also on whether they can be proven true or false. This is the essence of the liar's revenge, a paradox within a paradox that pushes the boundaries of semantic reasoning to their breaking point. To illustrate, consider a variant of the original paradox. This sentence cannot be proven true. At first glance, it appears similar to its predecessor, yet it introduces a critical twist. If the statement is indeed true, then it accurately claims that it cannot be proven true, a contradiction because we have just demonstrated its validity. Conversely, if the statement is false, then it implies that it can be proven true, which again leads to inconsistency. By weaving provability into the fabric of the paradox, the liar's revenge forces us to grapple with not just truth and falsehood, but also the very mechanisms by which we determine them. It highlights how attempts to resolve one layer of contradiction often give rise to new ones, creating an endless spiral of ambiguity. The implications of the liar's revenge are profound, exposing fundamental flaws in our systems of semantics and logic. Language, as a tool for communication and reasoning, relies on shared assumptions about meaning and consistency. Yet, paradoxes like this reveal cracks in those foundations, suggesting that contradictions may be unavoidable, even inherent to linguistic expression. The problem lies in self-reference and the recursive nature of statements that comment on themselves or their own properties. These structures exploit the flexibility of language, bending it into shapes that defy resolution. Philosophers and logicians have proposed various strategies to address such issues, from restricting self-reference to developing alternative frameworks like para-consistent logic, which tolerates limited contradictions without collapsing into incoherence. However, none of these solutions fully eliminate the specter of paradox, underscoring the depth of the challenge. On a philosophical level, The Liar's Revenge invites reflection on the limits of human cognition and representation. How do we navigate a world where language, the primary medium through which we articulate thought, can betray us so profoundly? Does this imply that our understanding of reality is inherently fragmented, shaped by tools that cannot fully capture its complexity? Or does it suggest that paradoxes are not obstacles to knowledge, but invitations to rethink the ways we define and pursue truth? These questions resonate across disciplines, from mathematics and computer science to metaphysics and epistemology, challenging us to reconcile formal rigor with the messiness of lived experience. Moreover, The Liar's Revenge resonates with broader existential themes about uncertainty and interpretation. Much like the paradoxical statements at its core, life itself often presents situations that resist clear categorization or resolution. Ambiguities abound in relationships, ethics, and identity, forcing us to navigate gray areas where definitive answers remain elusive. The paradox reminds us that clarity is not always attainable, and perhaps should not always be the goal. Instead, embracing complexity and nuance might offer richer insights into the human condition. Ultimately, The Liar's Revenge serves as both a cautionary tale and a source of wonder. It demonstrates the fragility of systems designed to impose order on chaos, while simultaneously celebrating the creative potential of paradox. By exposing the limits of language and logic, it challenges us to expand our intellectual horizons, seeking new modes of inquiry that transcend traditional boundaries. In doing so, it underscores the enduring allure of paradoxes, not as dead ends, but as gateways to deeper understanding. As we leave behind the tangled web of The Liar's Revenge, prepare to revisit another phenomenon that blurs the line between memory and reality: the Mandela effect. This eerie occurrence, where large groups of people misremember events or details in strikingly similar ways, raises unsettling questions about perception, collective consciousness, and the reliability of human recollection. Like The Liar's Revenge, the Mandela effect reveals how easily language, memory, and belief can conspire to distort our grasp on truth. Together, these phenomena remind us that reality is far more malleable and mysterious than we often care to admit. As we delve into the shadowy realm of false memories, consider how fragile the boundary between fact and fiction truly is, and what it means for our sense of self and history. The Monty Hall problem. The Monty Hall problem is one of the most famous and counterintuitive puzzles in probability theory. Named after the host of the television game show Let's Make a Deal. Imagine you're a contestant faced with 3 closed doors. Behind one door lies a valuable prize, say, a car, while behind the other 2 are goats. You choose a door, say door 1, but before it's opened, the host, who knows what's behind each door, opens another door, say, door 3, to reveal a goat. Now, you're given a choice. Stick with your original selection or switch to the remaining unopened door, door 2. Intuitively, it might seem like the odds are 50-50. After all, there are only 2 doors left. But here's the twist. Switching actually doubles your chances of winning, increasing them from 1/3 to 2/3. This surprising result arises because the host's action provides new information that reshapes the probabilities. To understand why switching is advantageous, let's break it down step by step. Initially, when you pick a door, the probability that it hides the car is 1/3, while the combined probability that the car is behind one of the other two doors is 2/3. When the host reveals a goat behind one of the unchosen doors, he effectively concentrates the entire 2/3 probability onto the remaining unopened door. In essence, your initial choice remains locked at 1/3, while the other door inherits the higher likelihood of containing the prize. By switching, you capitalize on this shift in probability, leveraging the host's insider knowledge to improve your odds. The implications of the Monty Hall problem extend far beyond game shows, challenging our intuition about probability and decision-making. Humans are notoriously bad at grasping statistical concepts, especially when they defy common sense. Even mathematicians and statisticians have been known to stumble over this problem, insisting that the odds must be evenly split after one door is revealed. Yet, the math is unequivocal. Switching consistently yields better outcomes. This paradox highlights how easily we misinterpret data, even when presented clearly and logically. It serves as a humbling reminder that intuition can sometimes lead us astray, particularly in situations involving conditional probabilities. On a broader scale, the Monty Hall problem resonates with real-world scenarios where decisions hinge on incomplete or evolving information. Consider medical diagnoses, legal judgments, or financial investments, fields where probabilities play a critical role. Much like the contestant deciding whether to switch doors, individuals in these contexts must weigh evidence and update their beliefs based on new insights. Misjudgments can arise when people fail to account for how additional information alters the landscape of possibilities. The Monty Hall problem underscores the importance of analytical thinking and Bayesian reasoning, encouraging us to re-evaluate assumptions rather than cling to gut instincts. Philosophically, the puzzle invites reflection on the nature of uncertainty and risk. Life itself is riddled with choices where outcomes remain unknown until they unfold. The Monty Hall problem mirrors this unpredictability, reminding us that appearances can be deceiving and that underlying structures often defy surface-level logic. It also speaks to the tension between trust and skepticism. Should you rely on your initial judgment, or should you defer to external guidance? In this case, the host's revelation? These questions echo larger existential dilemmas about autonomy, authority, and the limits of human perception. Moreover, the Monty Hall problem illustrates the power of perspective. What seems straightforward at first glance becomes complex upon closer inspection, revealing hidden layers of meaning and possibility. It challenges us to embrace nuance and resist oversimplification, recognizing that truth often resides in subtleties rather than absolutes. By forcing us to confront the gap between expectation and reality, the problem fosters intellectual humility and curiosity, a willingness to question assumptions and seek deeper understanding. Ultimately, the Monty Hall problem serves as both a cautionary tale and a source of fascination. It demonstrates how easily our minds can be misled by seemingly simple scenarios. Yet it also celebrates the elegance of mathematical reasoning. By exposing the quirks of probability, it encourages us to think critically and adapt flexibly in the face of uncertainty. As we transition from the probabilistic puzzles of the Monty Hall problem, prepare to delve into another enigmatic realm: dreams. Could the surreal landscapes of sleep hold hidden meanings, or are they merely random firings of the brain? The dream argument, famously explored by philosophers like René Descartes, raises profound questions about the nature of reality and perception. How do we know we're not dreaming right now? And if dreams feel real while we're immersed in them, what does that say about the reliability of our waking experiences? Like the Monty Hall problem, the dream argument invites us to question the boundaries of knowledge and the fragility of certainty, reminding us that life itself is a tapestry woven from threads of chance, memory, and imagination. The dream argument. Imagine waking up in the morning, stretching your arms, and gazing out the window at the rising sun. Everything feels vivid and tangible. The warmth of sunlight on your skin, the chirping of birds outside, the weight of your body against the bed. But how can you be certain that this moment is real? What if, instead of experiencing reality, you're merely dreaming? This is the essence of the dream argument, a philosophical conundrum famously articulated by René Descartes in his quest for indubitable truth. Descartes observed that dreams often mimic waking experiences so convincingly that it becomes nearly impossible to distinguish between the two states. If our senses cannot reliably differentiate dream from reality, he reasoned, then all sensory-based knowledge is suspect, casting doubt on the very existence of an objective world. To explore this paradox further, consider the nature of dreams themselves. In dreams, we perceive sights, sounds, and sensations as though they are genuine. Conversations unfold naturally, environments feel immersive, and emotions resonate deeply. Yet upon waking, we realize these experiences were fabricated within our minds. Descartes argued that because dreams replicate the sensory richness of waking life, there's no definitive way to prove that any given experience isn't part of an elaborate illusion. For instance, right now, as you read these words, you might assume you're awake, but what evidence do you truly have? Could this text, this room, even this thought process itself, simply be constructs of a dreaming mind? The implications of the dream argument are profound, undermining trust in both our senses and the external world. If dreams can perfectly simulate reality, then empirical observation, the foundation of scientific inquiry, loses its reliability. How can we confirm the existence of objects, people, or events beyond our subjective awareness? Moreover, the argument challenges the concept of objective reality altogether. If everything we perceive could plausibly exist only in our minds, then solipsism, the idea that nothing exists outside one's own consciousness, becomes disturbingly plausible. Descartes ultimately sought refuge in the famous dictum cogito, ergo sum, I think, therefore I am, asserting that self-awareness provides an undeniable anchor amidst uncertainty. Yet, even this conclusion leaves unanswered questions about the nature of existence and the limits of human cognition. Philosophically, the dream argument invites reflection on the fragility of perception and the elusiveness of truth. It forces us to confront uncomfortable possibilities. Is reality a shared construct, or is it uniquely filtered through individual minds? Do collective experiences, like witnessing the same sunset or hearing the same symphony, validate the existence of an external world, or are they merely synchronized illusions? These uncertainties blur the line between subjectivity and objectivity, challenging us to redefine what constitutes real. Furthermore, the argument resonates with modern debates in neuroscience and artificial intelligence, where virtual realities and simulated environments increasingly resemble waking life. As technology advances, the boundary between dream and reality grows ever more tenuous, raising ethical and existential concerns about authenticity and agency. On a personal level, the dream argument speaks to the fluidity of human consciousness. Dreams remind us that our minds are capable of generating entire worlds without external input, suggesting untapped creative potential. At the same time, they highlight the vulnerability of our grip on reality, exposing how easily perception can be deceived. This duality reflects broader themes about identity and meaning. If the line between dreaming and waking is blurred, then perhaps life itself is less about certainty and more about navigating ambiguity. Dreams invite us to embrace uncertainty, finding beauty in the interplay between imagination and experience. Ultimately, the dream argument serves as both a philosophical provocation and a poetic meditation. It challenges us to question the foundations of knowledge while celebrating the mystery of consciousness. By casting doubt on the reliability of sensory perception, it pushes us to seek deeper truths, not necessarily through empirical proof, but through introspection and wonder. As we leave behind the enigmatic landscapes of dreams, prepare to delve into an even greater mystery: the nature of consciousness itself. What defines awareness, and why does subjective experience arise from physical processes in the brain? Enter the hard problem of consciousness, a profound inquiry into the essence of being. While dreams blur the boundaries between conscious and unconscious states, the hard problem probes the very fabric of sentience, asking whether consciousness can ever be fully understood, or if it remains forever beyond the reach of explanation. Like the dream argument, this exploration reminds us that some questions resist easy answers, inviting us to marvel at the complexity of existence. The hard problem of consciousness. At the heart of modern philosophy and neuroscience lies one of humanity's most profound mysteries: the hard problem of consciousness. Coined by philosopher David Chalmers, this problem grapples with a deceptively simple question: why do we have subjective experiences at all? While science has made remarkable strides in mapping the brain's inner workings, explaining how neurons fire and circuits connect, it stumbles when faced with the ineffable qualities of conscious experience, often referred to as qualia. Qualia encompass the raw sensations that define our awareness: the redness of a rose, the sharp sting of pain, or the sweetness of chocolate. These experiences feel real and immediate, yet they resist reduction to physical processes. Neuroscience can describe the mechanics of vision, for instance, but it cannot explain why seeing the color blue feels the way it does. The hard problem challenges us to consider whether consciousness is fundamentally beyond the scope of materialist explanations. Materialism posits that everything about the mind, including thoughts and feelings, arises from physical processes in the brain. Yet, despite advances in understanding neural correlates of consciousness, patterns of brain activity linked to specific mental states, no amount of data seems sufficient to bridge the gap between objective measurements and subjective experience. For example, scientists might identify which regions of the brain light up when someone tastes strawberry ice cream, but this tells us nothing about what it's like to taste strawberry ice cream. This explanatory chasm suggests that consciousness may transcend purely physical accounts, pointing to dimensions of reality that elude traditional scientific methods. Philosophically, the hard problem raises unsettling questions about the nature of existence. If consciousness cannot be fully explained through physical means, what does this imply about the relationship between mind and matter? Some theorists propose dualism, the idea that consciousness exists independently of the brain, perhaps as a fundamental property of the universe akin to space, time, or gravity. Others suggest panpsychism, the notion that consciousness permeates all matter, with even subatomic particles possessing rudimentary forms of awareness. These ideas challenge conventional notions of reality, suggesting that sentience might not be unique to humans or animals, but woven into the fabric of existence itself. Such perspectives blur the boundaries between science, metaphysics, and spirituality, inviting us to reconsider what it means to be alive. On a broader scale, the hard problem resonates with existential themes about meaning and identity. Our subjective experiences shape how we perceive the world, form relationships, and construct narratives about our lives. Without consciousness, there would be no art, no morality, no sense of self, only empty mechanisms ticking away in silence. This realization underscores the centrality of consciousness to human life, making its enigmatic origins all the more poignant. It also forces us to confront humbling uncertainties. Are we merely biological machines, or are we vessels for something greater? And if consciousness remains forever elusive, does this diminish its significance or enhance it? Moreover, The hard problem invites reflection on the limits of human inquiry. Science thrives on observation, experimentation, and reproducibility, yet subjective experience defies these criteria. You cannot measure another person's qualia directly. You can only infer them indirectly through behavior or self-reporting. This inherent subjectivity creates a paradox. The very phenomenon we seek to understand resists objectification. It reminds us that some truths may lie beyond the reach of empirical investigation, accessible instead through introspection, intuition, or perhaps entirely new paradigms of thought. Ultimately, the hard problem serves as both a boundary and a beacon. It marks the edge of current knowledge while inspiring awe at the complexity of being. By confronting the mystery of consciousness, we deepen our appreciation for the richness of human experience, even as we acknowledge its inscrutability. It challenges us to embrace wonder rather than fear uncertainty, recognizing that some questions may never yield definitive answers, and that this ambiguity is part of their beauty. As we transition from the ineffable depths of consciousness to the practical dilemmas of ethics, prepare to grapple with another profound paradox: the trolley problem. What happens when moral decisions collide with utilitarian calculations? Should we prioritize the greater good, even if it means sacrificing an individual? Like the hard problem, the trolley problem forces us to navigate contradictions that defy easy resolution, revealing the intricate interplay between reason, emotion, and values. Together, these puzzles remind us that while logic provides tools for analysis, the human condition is ultimately shaped by choices that transcend pure calculation. The trolley problem. A runaway trolley barrels down a track, its brakes useless, its momentum unstoppable. Ahead lie 5 people tied to the rails, unaware of their impending doom. You stand at a switch that can divert the trolley onto another track. But there's a catch. On this alternate path stands a single individual, equally helpless. Do you pull the lever, sacrificing one life to save 5? This is the trolley problem, an ethical thought experiment that has fascinated philosophers, psychologists, and ethicists for decades. At its core, it forces us to confront a harrowing choice between 2 competing moral frameworks: utilitarianism and deontology. Utilitarianism, championed by thinkers like Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill, advocates for actions that maximize overall well-being. From this perspective, pulling the lever is the clear course of action. By sacrificing one person to save 5, you achieve the greatest good for the greatest number, a principle often seen as the gold standard of ethical decision-making. Yet, despite its logical appeal, this approach clashes violently with our gut instincts. Something about deliberately causing harm, even for noble ends, feels deeply unsettling. This discomfort leads us to deontology, the philosophy most closely associated with Immanuel Kant. Deontologists argue that morality is rooted in adherence to universal principles or duties, such as do not kill. According to this view, actively intervening by pulling the lever constitutes murder, regardless of the outcome. The act itself is morally wrong, irrespective of how many lives are saved. The implications of the trolley problem extend far beyond hypothetical scenarios involving trains and tracks. It exposes fundamental tensions in human moral reasoning, revealing how abstract principles often collide with visceral emotions. When presented with the dilemma, many people experience a cognitive dissonance. They intellectually understand the logic behind utilitarian calculations, but emotionally recoil at the idea of taking direct responsibility for another's death. This split reflects the dual nature of morality: rational deliberation versus intuitive judgment. Neuroscience studies have shown that different parts of the brain activate during these processes, suggesting that our moral compass is not a unified system, but a battleground between competing impulses. On a broader scale, the trolley problem resonates with real-world ethical challenges where trade-offs are inevitable. Consider medical triage, military strategy, or environmental policy, situations where decisions must balance competing interests and prioritize limited resources. Should a doctor allocate scarce treatment to a few critically ill patients or distribute care more widely among less severe cases? Should a government implement policies that benefit future generations at the expense of current hardships? These dilemmas mirror the trolley problem, forcing individuals and societies to weigh the value of lives against practical constraints. They also highlight the limitations of theoretical ethics when applied to messy, high-stakes contexts. What works on paper may feel untenable in practice, underscoring the complexity of translating moral principles into action. Philosophically, the trolley problem invites reflection on the nature of responsibility and agency. If you choose to pull the lever, are you complicit in the death of the lone individual, or does your intent absolve you? Conversely, if you refuse to intervene, does your inaction make you culpable for the deaths of the five? These questions blur the line between doing and allowing, challenging simplistic notions of blame and accountability. Moreover, variations of the problem amplify these ambiguities. For instance, what if instead of pulling a lever, you must push a large person off a bridge to stop the trolley? The increased physical proximity triggers stronger emotional responses, complicating utilitarian justifications. Such modifications demonstrate how subtle changes in context can dramatically alter moral intuitions, exposing the fragility of ethical frameworks. Ultimately, the trolley problem serves as both a mirror and a magnifying glass, reflecting the intricacies of human morality while amplifying its contradictions. It reveals that ethical decisions are rarely black and white. They exist in shades of gray, shaped by perspective, culture, and personal values. By confronting these complexities, we deepen our understanding of what it means to act morally in an imperfect world. As we leave behind the fraught tracks of the trolley problem, prepare to explore another profound phenomenon, the butterfly effect. What happens when small actions ripple across time, producing unintended consequences that defy prediction? Like moral dilemmas, the butterfly effect underscores the interconnectedness of events, reminding us that even seemingly insignificant choices can reshape the course of history or the fate of humanity itself. Together, these concepts challenge us to grapple with the limits of control and the unpredictable nature of cause and effect, urging humility in the face of life's inherent uncertainties. The butterfly effect. In the early 1960s, meteorologist Edward Lorenz stumbled upon a discovery that would revolutionize our understanding of complex systems and unpredictability. While running weather simulations on a rudimentary computer, he noticed something peculiar. Minuscule differences in initial conditions. Changes as small as rounding a number to 3 decimal places instead of 6 led to wildly divergent outcomes. This phenomenon, later dubbed the butterfly effect, suggests that even the flap of a butterfly's wings in Brazil could theoretically set off a chain reaction leading to a tornado in Texas. At its core, the butterfly effect reveals the profound sensitivity of chaotic systems, where tiny variations grow exponentially over time, rendering long-term predictions nearly impossible. The implications of this concept stretch far beyond meteorology, touching every domain governed by complexity, from ecosystems and economies to human behavior and historical events. In chaotic systems, initial conditions act as seeds, determining the trajectory of future states. However, because these systems are nonlinear, their behavior defies straightforward cause and effect relationships. A seemingly insignificant action, a missed bus, a delayed email, or a chance encounter, can cascade into life-altering consequences. For instance, consider how a single decision made centuries ago, such as the signing of a treaty or the invention of a tool, shaped the course of civilizations. The butterfly effect underscores the interconnectedness of all things, reminding us that no event occurs in isolation. It challenges the illusion of control, revealing how randomness and uncertainty permeate even the most meticulously planned endeavors. Philosophically, the butterfly effect invites reflection on agency and responsibility. If small actions can ripple outward in unforeseen ways, what does this mean for individual accountability? Should we hold someone responsible for unintended consequences that stem from decisions made with good intentions? Conversely, does recognizing the potential impact of minor choices inspire greater mindfulness about how we live our lives? These questions resonate deeply in an era defined by global interdependence, where local actions, such as carbon emissions or policy decisions, have planetary repercussions. The butterfly effect serves as both a cautionary tale and a call to action, urging us to consider the broader implications of our behaviors, however inconsequential they may seem. On a personal level, the concept resonates with existential themes about meaning and contingency. Life itself is a chaotic system, shaped by countless variables interacting in unpredictable ways. Every choice we make sends ripples through time, influencing not only our own paths, but also the lives of others. This realization can evoke feelings of awe and humility, as well as anxiety about the unknown. Yet, it also highlights the creative potential embedded within chaos. Just as a butterfly's wings might trigger a storm, so too can a single act of kindness, courage, or innovation spark transformative change. The paradox lies in embracing uncertainty while striving to shape the future, a delicate balance between surrender and agency. Moreover, the butterfly effect exposes the limitations of human foresight. Despite advances in technology and data analysis, predicting the behavior of complex systems remains elusive. Weather forecasts, stock markets, and social trends defy precise modeling because they rely on countless interdependent factors, each subject to fluctuation. This unpredictability forces us to confront the boundaries of knowledge and accept that some aspects of reality will always remain beyond our grasp. Rather than viewing this as a failure, we might see it as an invitation to cultivate adaptability, resilience, and curiosity, to thrive amidst ambiguity rather than seek refuge in certainty. Ultimately, the butterfly effect serves as a powerful metaphor for the fragility and interconnectedness of existence. It reminds us that the world is not a machine governed by rigid laws, but a dynamic web of relationships, constantly evolving in response to internal and external forces. By acknowledging the role of chance and complexity, we develop a deeper appreciation for the intricate dance of causality that shapes our lives. As we transition from the unpredictable ripples of the butterfly effect, prepare to explore another profound idea: eternal recurrence. What if history doesn't just ripple outward, but loops back on itself, repeating endlessly? This notion, famously articulated by Friedrich Nietzsche, challenges us to imagine a universe where every moment, every joy, every sorrow, every decision is destined to recur infinitely. Like the butterfly effect, eternal recurrence forces us to grapple with the weight of our actions, asking whether we would embrace the infinite repetition of our lives or seek to alter the course of destiny. Together, these concepts invite us to ponder the cyclical and chaotic nature of time, urging us to find meaning in patterns that transcend human comprehension. Eternal recurrence. Imagine a universe where time is not a straight line stretching endlessly forward, but a circle, looping back on itself infinitely. Every moment you've ever experienced, every decision, every triumph, every failure, will recur exactly as it did before, only to repeat again and again for eternity. This is the concept of eternal recurrence, a thought experiment famously articulated by philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. It challenges us to confront the profound implications of living in a cyclical reality, one where our choices are not fleeting but eternally binding. If you knew your life would play out identically countless times, how would that knowledge shape the way you live? Would you embrace each moment with gratitude and purpose, or would regret consume you at the thought of endless repetition? At its core, eternal recurrence forces us to grapple with the weight of our actions. In a linear conception of time, mistakes can be dismissed as isolated incidents. We move forward, learn lessons, and leave the past behind. But in a cyclical framework, there is no escape from consequence. Every choice becomes monumental, imbued with infinite significance. Nietzsche viewed this thought experiment as a litmus test for authentic living. He asked, if you were condemned to relive your life eternally, would you affirm it wholeheartedly, or shrink from the prospect? For Nietzsche, the ideal response was a more fatty or love of fate, an unwavering acceptance of existence in all its beauty and suffering. To live as though eternal recurrence were true meant embracing life fully, without reservation or regret. The implications of this idea ripple through existential philosophy, inviting deep reflection on regret, fulfillment, and the meaning of existence. Consider the moments you cherish most. The laughter shared with loved ones, the quiet awe of watching a sunset, the pride of achieving a hard-won goal. Now imagine experiencing them over and over, forever. Would their joy diminish with repetition, or would their significance deepen? Conversely, think about your regrets, the missed opportunities, the hurtful words spoken, the paths not taken. Knowing these moments would recur endlessly might inspire a profound reckoning, urging you to live more deliberately and authentically. Eternal recurrence strips away the illusion of impermanence, forcing us to confront what truly matters. Philosophically, this concept also raises questions about free will and determinism. If every action recurs identically, does that imply a fixed destiny, leaving no room for spontaneity or change? Or does the inevitability of repetition paradoxically liberate us, freeing us from the pressure of novelty and encouraging us to find meaning in the present? These tensions mirror broader debates about human agency and the nature of time itself. Is life a series of unique, unrepeatable events, or do patterns and cycles govern our existence on a deeper level? The answers remain elusive, yet the question lingers, shaping how we perceive ourselves within the grand narrative of the cosmos. On a personal level, eternal recurrence resonates with universal themes of legacy and purpose. We often strive to leave a mark on the world, seeking immortality through achievements, relationships, or creations. Yet Nietzsche's vision suggests that true immortality lies not in external monuments, but in the quality of our lived experience. By framing life as an eternal loop, he invites us to focus less on outcomes and more on the richness of each passing moment. This perspective encourages mindfulness, urging us to savor the ordinary and honor the extraordinary, knowing that nothing is trivial if it must endure forever. Moreover, eternal recurrence challenges modern attitudes toward progress and ambition. In a culture obsessed with constant improvement and future-oriented goals, the idea of repeating the same life indefinitely may feel stifling or liberating. It asks whether our relentless pursuit of more distracts us from appreciating what already exists. Could contentment arise not from achieving new heights, but from fully inhabiting the here and now? These reflections echo ancient wisdom traditions, which emphasize presence and acceptance as pathways to fulfillment. Ultimately, eternal recurrence serves as both a philosophical provocation and a spiritual exercise. It pushes us to examine our lives with brutal honesty, while offering a framework for transformation. By imagining our choices as eternally recurring, we gain clarity about what truly matters, and perhaps discover the courage to live more boldly, lovingly, and authentically. As we leave behind the infinite loops of eternal recurrence, prepare to explore another paradox rooted in human desire, the paradox of hedonism. What happens when the relentless pursuit of pleasure leads not to happiness but to dissatisfaction? Like eternal recurrence, This paradox challenges our assumptions about fulfillment, revealing how the very act of striving can undermine the goals we seek. Together, these ideas illuminate the complexities of human motivation, reminding us that satisfaction often eludes those who chase it too fervently. The paradox of hedonism, the pursuit of happiness, is as old as humanity itself. Yet the more we chase pleasure for its own sake, the more elusive it often becomes. This paradox lies at the heart of the paradox of hedonism, a psychological and philosophical insight that challenges our assumptions about fulfillment. At first glance, it seems logical to prioritize personal happiness above all else. After all, isn't life's ultimate goal to maximize joy and minimize suffering? Yet psychologists and thinkers have long observed that obsessively focusing on one's own well-being can backfire, leading not to satisfaction but to anxiety, frustration, and even despair. True contentment, they argue, arises indirectly when we pursue meaningful goals, build relationships, and contribute to something larger than ourselves. To understand this paradox, consider the act of trying too hard to be happy. Imagine someone who constantly evaluates their emotional state, measuring every moment against an ideal of bliss. They might indulge in fleeting pleasures, luxurious vacations, gourmet meals, or binge-watching favorite shows. But these experiences rarely provide lasting satisfaction. Instead, they often leave behind a sense of emptiness, as if the effort to grasp happiness has pushed it further away. This phenomenon occurs because happiness is inherently resistant to direct control. When we fixate on achieving it, we transform what should be a natural byproduct of living into a high-stakes objective, burdened by expectations and self-imposed pressure. The harder we try, the less attainable it feels, a frustrating cycle that undermines the very thing we seek. On a deeper level, the paradox of hedonism reveals that fulfillment stems not from selfish gratification, but from purposeful engagement with the world. Meaningful pursuits, whether raising children, excelling in a career, volunteering for a cause, or creating art, often demand sacrifice and effort. These activities may not always bring immediate pleasure, but they generate a profound sense of accomplishment and connection that transcends momentary highs. Relationships, too, play a crucial role in this dynamic. Acts of kindness, empathy, and mutual support foster bonds that enrich our lives far more than solitary indulgence ever could. In essence, happiness flourishes when it's not the primary focus. Instead, it emerges organically as a side effect of living well. Philosophically, the paradox of hedonism aligns with existentialist ideas about authenticity and purpose. Existentialists argue that life gains significance through choices that reflect our values, commitments, and responsibilities. Pursuing hedonistic pleasures in isolation risks reducing existence to a shallow series of consumptive acts, devoid of depth or meaning. Conversely, embracing challenges and contributing to the greater good allows us to transcend mere survival, affirming our place within a broader narrative. Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor and psychiatrist, captured this sentiment in his seminal work Man's Search for Meaning, asserting that happiness cannot be pursued, it must ensue. His insights resonate deeply with the paradox of hedonism, emphasizing that true fulfillment arises when we dedicate ourselves to purposes beyond self-interest. Moreover, the paradox highlights the importance of balance between present enjoyment and future aspirations. While hedonism champions immediate gratification, and asceticism advocates denial of worldly pleasures, neither extreme offers a sustainable path to happiness. A fulfilling life requires integrating both dimensions, savoring small joys while working toward long-term goals. Mindfulness practices, gratitude exercises, and intentional living can help bridge this gap, fostering awareness of life's richness without succumbing to obsessive self-focus. By cultivating a mindset attuned to both the present moment and the bigger picture, we create conditions conducive to genuine contentment. Ultimately, the paradox of hedonism serves as a reminder that happiness is not a destination, but a journey, one shaped by how we navigate relationships, responsibilities, and aspirations. It invites us to shift our focus from what will make me happy to how can I live meaningfully? This subtle yet powerful reframing opens doors to deeper satisfaction, rooted in purpose rather than transient pleasures. As we transition from the complexities of hedonistic pursuits to another enigma of human experience, prepare to explore the midlife crisis paradox. What happens when outward success fails to translate into inner fulfillment? Despite achieving professional milestones, financial stability, or societal recognition, many individuals find themselves grappling with a profound sense of hollowness during midlife. Like the paradox of hedonism, this phenomenon underscores the tension between external achievements and internal yearnings, challenging us to redefine success in ways that honor the soul's deeper needs. Together, these paradoxes illuminate the intricate dance between ambition and authenticity, urging us to seek lives rich in meaning rather than mere accolades. The midlife crisis paradox. The midlife crisis is a phenomenon so deeply embedded in cultural consciousness that it has become almost a cliché. A middle-aged person trading their sedan for a sports car, embarking on impulsive adventures, or questioning decades of hard-won achievements. Yet beneath the surface-level stereotypes lies a profound paradox. Success, rather than bringing fulfillment, often breeds dissatisfaction. At its core, the midlife crisis paradox arises when individuals reach a point in life where external markers of accomplishment, career milestones, financial stability, family achievements, fail to translate into inner contentment. Instead of feeling triumphant, they are left grappling with an unsettling sense of emptiness, prompting a re-evaluation of what truly matters. To understand this paradox, consider the trajectory of modern life. From a young age, society conditions us to pursue certain ideals: academic excellence, professional success, material wealth, and social recognition. These goals are presented as the keys to happiness, promising a life of satisfaction if only we work hard enough to attain them. Yet, by midlife, many people find themselves standing atop the mountain of achievement only to discover that the view doesn't match their expectations. The house is paid off, the promotions have been earned, the children are grown, but something feels missing. This realization can trigger a crisis of identity, as individuals confront the dissonance between societal scripts and personal authenticity. What once seemed like clear pathways to happiness now appear hollow, leaving them to wonder, was the journey worth it? On a deeper level, the midlife crisis paradox exposes the tension between external validation and internal fulfillment. Society places immense value on measurable outcomes, grades, salaries, titles, possessions, as indicators of success. But these metrics often neglect the intangibles that nourish the soul: purpose, connection, creativity, and peace of mind. When individuals focus solely on meeting societal expectations, they risk losing touch with their true selves, suppressing passions, values, and desires in pursuit of approval. By midlife, this disconnect becomes impossible to ignore, forcing a reckoning. Some respond by making drastic changes, quitting jobs, ending relationships, or pursuing long-abandoned dreams, while others turn inward, seeking solace through introspection and self-discovery. Regardless of the path taken, the underlying message is clear. Authentic fulfillment cannot be outsourced to external benchmarks. It must arise from within. Philosophically, the midlife crisis paradox resonates with existential themes about meaning and mortality. Midlife often coincides with heightened awareness of time's passage, the realization that more years lie behind than ahead. This temporal shift forces individuals to confront questions they may have avoided in earlier decades. What legacy will I leave? Did my choices align with my values? Was I living for myself or for others? Such reflections can be both liberating and terrifying, as they strip away illusions and demand honesty. Existentialist thinkers like Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir argued that freedom carries responsibility. To live authentically requires embracing uncertainty and creating one's own meaning. The midlife crisis paradox embodies this struggle, challenging individuals to redefine success on their own terms, even if it means diverging from societal norms. Moreover, the paradox underscores the importance of balance between ambition and presence. While striving toward goals provides direction and motivation, fixating exclusively on future outcomes can blind us to the richness of the present moment. Mindfulness practices, gratitude, and intentional living offer tools for bridging this gap, helping individuals cultivate appreciation for what they already have while remaining open to growth. By integrating past experiences, current realities, and future aspirations, they can forge a narrative that honors both their achievements and their evolving sense of self. Ultimately, the midlife crisis paradox serves as both a warning and an opportunity. It warns against equating success with fulfillment, reminding us that external trappings alone cannot sustain inner peace. At the same time, it offers a chance to recalibrate, to shed outdated identities, reconnect with core values, and embrace new possibilities. Whether viewed as a crisis or a turning point, midlife invites transformation, urging us to trade societal scripts for personal authenticity. As we transition from the complexities of midlife dissatisfaction to another intriguing phenomenon, prepare to explore the Hawthorne effect. What happens when self-awareness alters behavior, creating feedback loops that challenge our understanding of objectivity? Like the midlife crisis paradox, the Hawthorne effect highlights the intricate interplay between perception and reality, revealing how awareness of being observed can shape actions in ways both subtle and profound. Together, these concepts illuminate the delicate dance between inner truth and external influence, inviting us to reflect on the power of consciousness to reshape our lives. The Hawthorne effect. In the early 20th century, a series of experiments conducted at the Western Electric Hawthorne Works factory in Chicago revealed an intriguing phenomenon that would come to be known as the Hawthorne effect. Researchers initially sought to determine how changes in workplace conditions, such as lighting levels, break schedules, or work hours, impacted employee productivity. However, they stumbled upon something unexpected. Regardless of the specific adjustments made, workers consistently improved their performance simply because they knew they were being observed. This discovery underscored a profound truth about human behavior. The mere act of observation can alter outcomes, often independently of any tangible intervention. At its core, the Hawthorne effect reveals the subtle yet powerful influence of attention and accountability on our actions. To delve deeper into this paradox, consider the psychological mechanisms at play. When individuals become aware that they are being watched or evaluated, they tend to modify their behavior consciously or unconsciously. This shift may stem from a desire to meet expectations, avoid judgment, or demonstrate competence. For instance, employees might work harder under scrutiny not because their environment has improved, but because they feel a heightened sense of responsibility or pressure to perform. Similarly, students taking a test in front of an examiner may answer more carefully than they would alone, even if the content remains unchanged. Awareness of observation introduces a layer of self-consciousness that transforms how people approach tasks, often leading to temporary improvements in focus, effort, or output. The implications of the Hawthorne effect extend far beyond industrial psychology, touching nearly every domain where observation plays a role, from scientific research to interpersonal dynamics. In academic studies, for example, participants who know they are part of an experiment may behave differently than they would in natural settings, skewing results and challenging the objectivity of findings. This raises critical questions about the reliability of data collected under such conditions. Can we ever truly observe without influencing? Or does the presence of an observer inherently distort reality? These uncertainties highlight the delicate balance between gathering meaningful insights and preserving authenticity, a tension that researchers must navigate carefully. On a broader scale, the Hawthorne effect resonates with everyday experiences of accountability and social pressure. Consider how people act differently when they believe others are watching. Whether it's dressing more formally for a meeting, speaking more politely in public, or adhering strictly to rules while driving past a police car. Even subtle cues, like a security camera or a supervisor's glance, can trigger shifts in behavior. This dynamic speaks to the dual-edged nature of observation. While it can inspire positive change by fostering discipline and diligence, it also risks creating artificial conformity or masking genuine tendencies. The Hawthorne effect reminds us that human behavior is context-dependent, shaped as much by perception as by circumstance. Philosophically, this paradox invites reflection on the nature of objectivity and subjectivity. If observation inevitably alters what is observed, then can we ever access unfiltered truth? Or are all observations inherently filtered through the lens of interaction? These questions echo debates in quantum mechanics, where the act of measurement influences subatomic particles, a parallel explored further in Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Together, these concepts challenge traditional notions of detached analysis, suggesting that observer and observed exist in an inseparable relationship. They remind us that knowledge is not merely discovered, but co-created through engagement. Moreover, the Hawthorne effect underscores the transformative power of attention itself. Simply paying attention to someone, whether a colleague, student, or loved one, can elevate their sense of value and purpose, inspiring them to rise to the occasion. Conversely, neglect or indifference can diminish motivation and morale. This insight carries profound implications for leadership, education, and relationships, emphasizing the importance of mindful presence and intentional engagement. By recognizing the impact of our gaze, we gain tools for fostering growth and connection. Ultimately, the Hawthorne effect serves as both a cautionary tale and a source of empowerment. It warns against overestimating the neutrality of observation, reminding us to account for its inevitable influence. At the same time, it celebrates the capacity of attention to catalyze positive change, offering a reminder of the weight our focus carries in shaping the world around us. As we leave behind the observable realms of human behavior, prepare to venture into the unobservable mysteries of the quantum world. What happens when we attempt to measure the immeasurable? Let's explore Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, which reveals that observing subatomic particles fundamentally alters their state. Like the Hawthorne effect, this principle challenges our assumptions about objectivity, blurring the boundaries between observer and observed. Together, these phenomena illuminate the intricate interplay between perception and reality, urging humility in the face of life's enduring enigmas. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. At the heart of quantum mechanics lies one of its most perplexing revelations: Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. This cornerstone of modern physics asserts that at subatomic scales, certain pairs of properties, such as position and momentum, cannot be simultaneously measured with absolute precision. The more accurately you determine one property, the less precisely you can know the other. For example, if you attempt to pinpoint the exact location of an electron, its velocity becomes increasingly uncertain, and vice versa. This isn't merely a limitation of technology or instrumentation. It is a fundamental feature of nature itself. The act of measurement inherently disturbs the system being observed, introducing an unavoidable degree of ambiguity into our understanding of the quantum world. Heisenberg's principle challenges classical notions of determinism. The idea that the universe operates like a clockwork mechanism, where every event has a cause and could theoretically be predicted with perfect knowledge. In the macroscopic world, we often assume that if we had enough information about initial conditions, we could calculate outcomes with certainty. Quantum mechanics shatters this illusion by revealing that unpredictability is woven into the fabric of reality. Particles do not follow predetermined paths, but instead exist as probabilities until they are observed, a concept famously summarized in Erwin Schrödinger's thought experiment involving a cat that is both alive and dead until measured. The uncertainty principle reminds us that human knowledge has intrinsic boundaries, forcing us to confront the humbling reality that some truths remain forever beyond our grasp. Philosophically, the implications of Heisenberg's discovery resonate far beyond the realm of physics. It raises profound questions about the nature of reality and our place within it. If the very act of observation alters what is being observed, how can we claim to understand the universe objectively? Traditional scientific methods rely on detachment and repeatability, yet quantum mechanics suggests that observer and observed are inextricably linked. This challenges not only our understanding of the physical world, but also broader epistemological frameworks. What does it mean to know something if all knowledge is filtered through interaction? And if uncertainty is a fundamental aspect of existence, how should we navigate life's complexities without succumbing to despair or paralysis? On a practical level, the uncertainty principle invites reflection on the limits of control. Humanity's quest for mastery over nature has led to remarkable achievements, from medical breakthroughs to space exploration, but it also reveals the hubris of assuming complete dominion. Just as physicists cannot predict the precise behavior of subatomic particles, so too must we accept that many aspects of life defy prediction or manipulation. Weather patterns, economic markets, and even human relationships operate within systems too complex and dynamic to fully comprehend. Recognizing these limitations fosters humility, encouraging us to embrace uncertainty rather than resist it. By acknowledging what we cannot know, we open ourselves to new ways of thinking, grounded in adaptability and curiosity. Moreover, the principle underscores the interplay between freedom and constraint. At first glance, uncertainty might seem synonymous with chaos, but it also creates room for possibility. Quantum indeterminacy allows for phenomena like superposition and entanglement, which underpin emerging technologies such as quantum computing and cryptography. Similarly, in daily life, embracing ambiguity can spark creativity, innovation, and growth. Rather than viewing uncertainty as an obstacle, we might see it as an invitation to explore, question, and reimagine what is possible. Ultimately, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle serves as both a boundary and a bridge. It delineates the edges of human knowledge while connecting disparate fields of inquiry, from science to philosophy to art. By exposing the fragility of deterministic assumptions, it deepens our appreciation for the mysteries of existence. It reminds us that while perfection eludes us, beauty often resides in imperfection, in the dance between order and chaos, certainty and doubt. As we transition from the uncertainties of quantum physics to the ambiguities of ethics, prepare to grapple with another paradox, the paradox of altruism. What happens when actions driven by good intentions inadvertently cause harm? Like Heisenberg's principle, this dilemma highlights the complexity of causality and the unintended consequences of intervention. Together, these concepts challenge us to navigate gray areas where clarity falters and moral certainties dissolve, urging wisdom in the face of life's inherent unpredictability. The paradox of altruism, the act of giving without expecting anything in return, is often hailed as the pinnacle of moral virtue, a pure expression of selflessness that transcends personal gain. Yet paradoxically, altruism may not be as selfless as it appears. Research across psychology, Neuroscience and sociology reveals that acts of kindness often yield profound benefits for the giver, blurring the line between generosity and self-interest. When we help others, whether through volunteering, offering emotional support, or simply holding open a door, we experience what researchers call the helper's high. This phenomenon occurs because prosocial behaviors trigger the release of endorphins and oxytocin, chemicals associated with pleasure, bonding, and reduced stress. In this way, altruism creates a feedback loop where selflessness enhances well-being, which in turn motivates further acts of kindness. Far from being purely sacrificial, altruism can enrich the lives of those who practice it, complicating traditional notions of morality. To understand this paradox, consider the biological and social mechanisms at play. Evolutionary psychologists argue that altruistic behavior likely developed as a survival strategy within group dynamics. By fostering cooperation and strengthening social bonds, individuals increase their chances of collective success, ensuring mutual protection and resource sharing. Modern studies corroborate this idea, showing that people who engage in regular acts of kindness report higher levels of happiness, life satisfaction, and even physical health. For instance, elderly volunteers who assist younger generations tend to live longer than their non-volunteering peers. Similarly, communities built on reciprocal care exhibit greater resilience during crises, demonstrating how altruism reinforces both individual and collective thriving. These findings suggest that while altruism may appear outwardly directed, its rewards are deeply intertwined with personal flourishing. On a philosophical level, the paradox of altruism challenges conventional distinctions between selflessness and selfishness. If helping others ultimately benefits the helper, does this undermine the moral value of such actions? Some ethicists argue that true altruism requires complete detachment from personal gain, dismissing any form of mutual benefit as tainted by self-interest. Others contend that intention matters more than outcome, that an act remains altruistic as long as the primary motivation is concern for another's welfare, regardless of incidental advantages. This debate highlights the complexity of human motivations, which rarely fit neatly into binary categories. Rather than viewing altruism and self-interest as opposing forces, we might instead see them as complementary dimensions of a single continuum, each informing and reinforcing the other. Moreover, the paradox raises questions about the nature of morality itself. In a world where altruism confers tangible benefits, how do we distinguish genuine goodwill from strategic calculation? Consider charitable donations. Are they driven by compassion for recipients or by the desire for social recognition and tax deductions? While these motivations need not be mutually exclusive, their coexistence complicates moral judgments. It invites us to reflect on whether the source of an action matters more than its impact, or if outcomes alone should determine ethical worth. Such ambiguities underscore the fluidity of human behavior, reminding us that even our noblest impulses are shaped by context, culture, and biology. Philosophically, the paradox of altruism also resonates with existential themes about interconnectedness and purpose. Helping others allows us to transcend isolation, forging connections that imbue life with meaning. Whether through intimate relationships or broader societal contributions, altruism reminds us that no individual exists in a vacuum. Our fates are bound together in ways both visible and unseen. This interdependence fosters a sense of belonging, countering the alienation that often accompanies modern life. At the same time, it challenges us to expand our circle of concern beyond immediate circles, to include strangers, future generations, and even non-human entities. By embracing altruism, we affirm our shared humanity while simultaneously nurturing our own well-being. Ultimately, the paradox of altruism serves as both a provocation and a promise. It disrupts simplistic notions of morality, urging us to grapple with the messy realities of human motivation. Yet it also celebrates the symbiotic relationship between giving and receiving, highlighting how acts of kindness ripple outward to create positive change. By recognizing the dual benefits of altruism, we gain insight into the intricate balance between self and society, a dynamic that shapes everything from interpersonal relationships to global systems. As we transition from the ties forged through altruism to the vast separations of space, prepare to explore the horizon problem. What happens when connections dissolve over cosmic distances, leaving regions of the universe seemingly out of reach? Like the paradox of altruism, this enigma challenges our assumptions about causality and connection, revealing how gaps, whether spatial or relational, can inspire deeper inquiry into the fabric of existence. Together, these concepts remind us that distance, like morality, is neither absolute nor static, but rather a lens through which we interpret unity and division. The horizon problem. The night sky, vast and unbroken, appears seamless to the naked eye. Yet, beneath its tranquil surface lies one of cosmology's most perplexing mysteries: the horizon problem. This paradox arises from observations that different regions of the universe, separated by billions of light years, exhibit remarkable uniformity in temperature and structure. According to the Big Bang theory, these distant patches were once close enough to exchange energy and reach thermal equilibrium before being flung apart by cosmic expansion. However, given the finite speed of light and the age of the universe, there hasn't been enough time for such widely separated regions to communicate with each other since their initial separation. How, then, do they share such striking similarities? To resolve this conundrum, cosmologists introduce the concept of inflation, a rapid, exponential expansion of space in the universe's earliest moments. While inflation elegantly explains the observed homogeneity, it also raises profound questions about causality and synchronicity on a cosmic scale. At its core, the horizon problem challenges our understanding of how the universe achieved its current state. Imagine 2 points in space so far apart that no signal traveling at or below the speed of light could have connected them within the universe's 13.8 billion-year history. Despite this insurmountable distance, measurements of the cosmic microwave background radiation reveal that these regions possess nearly identical temperatures and densities. Such uniformity suggests a shared origin, yet classical physics struggles to account for how information, or influence, could traverse such immense scales in the limited time available. Inflation theory posits that during the first fractions of a second after the Big Bang, the universe underwent an explosive growth spurt, stretching microscopic regions into vast expanses faster than the speed of light. These tiny, causally connected domains became the seeds of today's observable universe, carrying with them the imprints of their primordial harmony. While inflation provides a compelling solution to the horizon problem, it also deepens the mystery of cosmic origins. By proposing that the universe expanded at superluminal speeds, a phenomenon allowed by general relativity because space itself was stretching rather than objects moving through it, inflation introduces new layers of complexity. For instance, what triggered this brief but monumental burst of expansion, and why did it stop when it did, leaving behind the relatively stable cosmos we observe today? These unanswered questions underscore the provisional nature of scientific theories, reminding us that every explanation opens doors to further inquiry. Moreover, inflation complicates our notions of causality. If regions of the universe were once intimately connected, but are now irrevocably divided by incomprehensible distances, how should we conceptualize their relationship? Are they still part of a unified whole, or has expansion rendered them fundamentally separate? Philosophically, the horizon problem invites reflection on the interplay between unity and fragmentation. On one level, the universe exhibits an astonishing coherence, Laws of physics apply universally, and fundamental constants remain consistent across unimaginable scales. Yet, this apparent harmony coexists with profound disconnection. Regions of space that will never interact again float in isolation, their fates decoupled by the relentless march of cosmic expansion. This tension mirrors broader existential themes about human experience. Just as galaxies drift apart, so too do individuals and communities sometimes find themselves estranged by time, geography, or circumstance. The horizon problem thus serves as a metaphor for the fragility of connection, highlighting both the beauty of shared origins and the inevitability of separation. On a deeper level, the paradox challenges assumptions about synchronicity. The idea that events can be meaningfully aligned despite lacking direct causal links. Quantum mechanics already hints at non-local connections, where particles entangled at birth remain mysteriously correlated regardless of distance. Could similar principles operate on cosmological scales, binding disparate regions of the universe in ways we cannot yet comprehend? Or does the horizon problem simply reflect the limitations of human perception, forcing us to interpret patterns and relationships through frameworks ill-suited to capture reality's full complexity? These questions resonate with ancient philosophical inquiries into order and chaos, inviting humility in the face of uncertainty. Ultimately, the horizon problem reminds us that the universe is not merely a collection of isolated phenomena, but a dynamic tapestry woven from threads of cause and effect, chance and necessity. It deepens our appreciation for the intricate balance between randomness and regularity that defines existence itself. By confronting the paradox of a patchwork universe, we gain insight into the delicate interplay between proximity and distance, continuity and rupture. As we leave behind the cosmic horizons of disconnected regions, prepare to explore another poignant paradox, the loneliness paradox. What happens when connection, the essence of human fulfillment, breaks down, leaving individuals adrift in isolation? Like the horizon problem, this enigma probes the fragile boundaries of interconnectedness, revealing how absence shapes presence and silence amplifies longing. Together, these concepts illuminate the dualities of separation and belonging, urging us to cherish the ties that bind even as we confront the inevitability of loss. The loneliness paradox. In an era defined by hyperconnectivity, where social media platforms and digital tools allow us to maintain hundreds, or even thousands, of connections, loneliness has paradoxically become a pervasive epidemic. This phenomenon, known as the loneliness paradox, highlights how the sheer volume of interactions in the modern world often fails to translate into meaningful relationships. While technology promises to bring people closer together, it frequently prioritizes quantity over quality, fostering shallow exchanges that leave individuals feeling more isolated than ever. At its core, the loneliness paradox reveals a fundamental tension between the illusion of connection and the reality of emotional intimacy. To understand this paradox, consider the dynamics of online interaction. Social media platforms encourage users to amass followers, likes, and comments, creating a culture that equates visibility with validation. Yet, these metrics rarely reflect the depth or authenticity of human bonds. A person may have hundreds of Facebook friends or Instagram followers, but still lacks someone to confide in during moments of vulnerability. Digital communication often strips away the nuance of face-to-face interaction, the subtle cues of body language, tone of voice, and shared presence that foster genuine understanding. Instead, we are left with curated personas and fragmented conversations, where surface-level pleasantries replace heartfelt dialogue. Over time, this can erode our capacity for empathy and deepen feelings of alienation, even amid a sea of virtual companionship. On a societal level, the loneliness paradox underscores the unintended consequences of technological progress. Platforms designed to bridge distances and facilitate communication have, in many cases, exacerbated feelings of disconnection. Studies show that excessive use of social media correlates with increased rates of anxiety, depression, and loneliness, particularly among younger generations. The constant comparison to idealized versions of others' lives amplifies insecurities, while the ephemeral nature of online interactions leaves individuals craving deeper engagement. Moreover, the convenience of digital communication often displaces efforts to nurture real-world relationships, leading to a cycle of diminishing returns. As we invest more time in maintaining superficial connections, we risk neglecting the intimate bonds that sustain us emotionally and psychologically. Philosophically, the loneliness paradox invites reflection on the nature of human connection. What does it mean to truly know another person, and to be known in return? Ancient philosophers like Aristotle distinguished between different types of friendship, emphasizing the importance of virtuous, reciprocal relationships built on trust and mutual respect. In contrast, the digital age often reduces relationships to transactions, exchanges of information, entertainment, or affirmation devoid of emotional substance. This shift challenges us to reconsider what we value in our interactions. Is it enough to accumulate acquaintances, or must we strive for fewer, richer connections that nourish the soul? Moreover, the paradox raises questions about the role of community in combating isolation. Historically, humans thrived in tight-knit groups where cooperation and interdependence were essential for survival. Today, urbanization, globalization, and technological advancements have weakened traditional social structures, leaving individuals adrift in a fragmented landscape. While modern conveniences offer unprecedented freedom and mobility, they also dilute the sense of belonging that comes from shared rituals, collective identity, and physical proximity. Rebuilding communities, whether through local initiatives, intentional gatherings, or renewed focus on family and close friends, may hold the key to addressing the loneliness epidemic. Ultimately, the loneliness paradox serves as both a warning and a call to action. It cautions against mistaking online presence for genuine intimacy, urging us to prioritize quality over quantity in our relationships. By investing time and energy in cultivating deep, authentic connections, we can counteract the isolating effects of digital culture and rediscover the joy of true companionship. It reminds us that while technology can enhance communication, it cannot replace the irreplaceable. The warmth of a shared smile, the comfort of a listening ear, or the solace of being fully seen and understood. As we transition from the ache of disconnection to the potential gifts of solitude, prepare to explore the solitude paradox. What happens when isolation, often perceived as a source of suffering, becomes a wellspring of creativity and self-discovery? Like the loneliness paradox, this enigma challenges our assumptions about human needs, revealing how absence and presence, silence and expression, coexist in delicate balance. Together, these concepts illuminate the complexities of human experience, reminding us that connection and solitude are not opposing forces, but complementary dimensions of a fulfilling life. The omnipotence paradox. Few questions have provoked as much philosophical debate and theological scrutiny as the omnipotence paradox. At its heart lies a seemingly simple, yet profoundly unsettling proposition. Can an all-powerful being create a rock so heavy that even he cannot lift it? If God can create such a rock, then he is not omnipotent because there exists something, a task, that he cannot do, namely lifting the rock. Conversely, if he cannot create the rock in the first place, then his omnipotence is again called into question, as it demonstrates a limitation on his ability to perform any conceivable act. This paradox forces us to confront the boundaries of omnipotence, challenging traditional notions of divine attributes and raising difficult questions about the relationship between limitless power and logical consistency. To unpack this conundrum, we must first examine what omnipotence entails. In classical theology, Omnipotence is often defined as the capacity to do anything, unrestricted by physical laws, time, or human comprehension. Yet, the omnipotence paradox introduces a wrinkle. Does omnipotence extend to performing logically impossible tasks, such as creating square circles or married bachelors? Many theologians argue that omnipotence should not be conflated with defying logic itself. They contend that certain propositions are inherently contradictory and therefore nonsensical, existing outside the realm of possibility even for an omnipotent being. From this perspective, the paradox dissolves because the notion of a rock too heavy for God to lift represents a self-contradictory concept, an impossibility rather than a challenge to divine power. However, critics counter that exempting logical inconsistencies from omnipotence undermines the very idea of all-powerfulness, suggesting instead that omnipotence may be more limited than traditionally assumed. Philosophically, the omnipotence paradox invites reflection on the nature of power itself. Power, whether divine or human, operates within frameworks shaped by context, definition, and purpose. For instance, one might argue that true omnipotence includes not only the ability to achieve any outcome, but also the wisdom to discern which outcomes align with ultimate good. Framed in this light, the paradox shifts from a test of raw capability to an exploration of intentionality and coherence. Furthermore, the paradox underscores the tension between faith and reason, inviting believers and skeptics alike to grapple with how divine attributes intersect with rational thought. Does faith require suspending disbelief, or can it coexist harmoniously with intellectual inquiry? These questions resonate deeply across disciplines, bridging theology, philosophy, and metaphysics. On a broader scale, the omnipotence paradox highlights humanity's enduring fascination with limits, both those we impose upon ourselves and those we project onto higher powers. Throughout history, humans have sought to define and understand ultimate authority, whether through gods, kings, or abstract principles like justice and truth. The paradox reflects this quest, probing the edges of conceptual frameworks to reveal their inherent fragility. It reminds us that language and logic, while powerful tools, are imperfect vessels for capturing infinite realities. Just as words falter when describing boundless love or eternal existence, so too do they strain under the weight of omnipotence, forcing us to confront the limitations of our own understanding. Moreover, the paradox raises intriguing questions about creativity and imagination. If omnipotence implies the ability to bring anything into being, then what role does constraint play in shaping meaningful creation? Art, literature, and music thrive on boundaries. Without structure, chaos reigns. Might divine omnipotence similarly operate within parameters, not out of weakness, but as a necessary condition for meaningful expression? This perspective reframes the paradox not as a challenge to divine power, but as an invitation to explore its creative dimensions. Ultimately, the omnipotence paradox serves as both a provocation and a meditation. It disrupts simplistic assumptions about divine attributes, urging deeper engagement with concepts like power, possibility, and purpose. By confronting contradictions embedded in the very idea of omnipotence, it expands our appreciation for the complexities of belief and the mysteries of existence. It reminds us that some questions resist definitive answers, not because they are flawed, but because they illuminate truths that transcend conventional categories. As we leave behind the infinite possibilities of divine omnipotence, prepare to enter the realm of fiction, a domain where imagination knows no bounds, yet paradoxes abound. What happens when we feel genuine emotions toward characters and worlds we know do not exist? Let's delve into the paradox of fiction, which explores how and why we invest emotionally in stories despite their unreality. Like the omnipotence paradox, this enigma challenges our perceptions of reality and illusion, revealing how the mind navigates and thrives within the interplay between belief and disbelief. Together, These paradoxes illuminate the extraordinary flexibility of human cognition, reminding us that wonder arises not from certainty, but from ambiguity. The paradox of fiction. Few experiences are as universal yet perplexing as the emotional connection we forge with fictional worlds. We cry over the tragic deaths of characters who never existed, feel fear during suspenseful scenes in horror films, or cheer for heroes battling imaginary foes. Yet, this raises a profound philosophical question. How can we experience genuine emotions towards something we know is not real? This enigma, known as the paradox of fiction, challenges our understanding of the interplay between cognition and emotion, shedding light on the power of imagination to blur the boundaries between reality and illusion. At its core, the paradox hinges on three seemingly contradictory claims. First, we often experience authentic emotions, fear, sadness, joy, while engaging with fictional narratives. Second, these emotions appear to require some degree of belief in the existence of their objects. For instance, feeling afraid typically involves believing there is an actual threat. Third, we simultaneously recognize that fictional characters and events do not objectively exist. They are mere constructs of storytelling. How, then, can we reconcile these assertions? If we know a character is fictional, why do we still react emotionally as though they were real? Philosophers have proposed various explanations to untangle this riddle. One prominent theory suggests that imagination plays a mediating role, allowing us to temporarily suspend disbelief and immerse ourselves in the narrative. When reading about a protagonist facing danger, for example, we may intellectually acknowledge that the scenario is fabricated, but our emotions respond as if it were real because our imaginative faculties simulate the experience. This cognitive emotional duality enables us to engage deeply with fiction without requiring literal belief in its truth. Another perspective emphasizes the distinction between belief and pretense. While belief entails accepting something as true, pretense involves adopting a stance of as if. We emotionally respond to fictional scenarios as if they were real, even while maintaining awareness of their unreality. The implications of the paradox of fiction extend far beyond literature and film, offering insights into human psychology and the nature of empathy. Storytelling has been a cornerstone of human culture since time immemorial, serving not only as entertainment, but also as a vehicle for moral instruction, social cohesion, and emotional catharsis. By immersing ourselves in fictional worlds, we practice perspective-taking, stepping into the shoes of characters whose lives differ vastly from our own. This exercise strengthens our capacity for empathy, enabling us to better understand and relate to others in the real world. Moreover, fiction provides a safe space to explore complex emotions and ethical dilemmas, helping us navigate life's uncertainties through vicarious experience. The paradox thus underscores the dual function of storytelling. It bridges the gap between imagination and reality while enriching our emotional and intellectual lives. On a deeper level, the paradox of fiction invites reflection on the fluidity of human perception. Our minds constantly oscillate between rational analysis and intuitive response, balancing skepticism with openness to possibility. Fiction exploits this tension, inviting us to embrace contradictions, to know something is false yet feel it as true. This dynamic mirrors broader existential themes about the nature of reality itself. Is reality fixed and objective, or is it shaped by subjective interpretation and collective imagination? Just as fictional narratives evoke powerful emotions despite their lack of material existence, so too do cultural myths, ideologies, and shared beliefs influence how we perceive and interact with the world. The paradox reminds us that reality is not merely a collection of facts, but a tapestry woven from meaning, context, and emotion. Moreover, the paradox highlights the transformative potential of art. Through fiction, creators can challenge societal norms, provoke critical thinking, and inspire change. By eliciting visceral reactions to imagined scenarios, storytellers tap into universal truths that resonate across cultures and generations. Whether through Shakespearean tragedies, dystopian novels, or modern cinema, fiction shapes our values, fears, and aspirations, demonstrating its profound impact on both individual psyches and collective consciousness. It also raises questions about the responsibility of artists and audiences alike. What stories do we choose to tell, and what messages do we internalize? Ultimately, the paradox of fiction serves as a testament to the boundless creativity of the human mind. It reveals how imagination transcends the constraints of logic, allowing us to inhabit multiple realities simultaneously. By experiencing genuine emotions for fake stories, we affirm the depth of our emotional capacities and the richness of our inner worlds. Fiction moves us not because it mimics reality, but because it expands it, offering glimpses of possibilities beyond the mundane. As we transition from the emotional landscapes of fiction to the practical challenges of economics, prepare to explore the paradox of thrift. What happens when individual actions driven by fear, such as saving money during economic downturns, collectively exacerbate the very conditions they aim to mitigate? Like the paradox of fiction, this dilemma exposes the intricate interplay between personal choices and systemic outcomes, reminding us that intentions and consequences often diverge in unpredictable ways. Together, these paradoxes illuminate the complexities of human behavior, urging wisdom in navigating the tensions between self-interest and collective well-being. The paradox of thrift. In the wake of economic uncertainty, individuals often respond by tightening their belts, cutting back on spending and increasing savings as a safeguard against future hardship. While this behavior may seem prudent on a personal level, it carries unintended consequences when adopted en masse. This counterintuitive phenomenon is known as the paradox of thrift, articulated most famously by economist John Maynard Keynes. At its core, the paradox reveals how excessive saving can undermine the very stability that individuals seek to protect. When everyone saves more, aggregate demand plummets, leading to reduced production, lower incomes, and rising unemployment. A vicious cycle that ultimately harms both individuals and society at large. To understand this paradox, consider the mechanics of an economy. Economic activity depends on the flow of money through consumption, investment, and government spending. When households prioritize saving over spending, businesses experience declining sales, forcing them to cut costs by reducing production or laying off workers. As unemployment rises, disposable incomes shrink further, creating a feedback loop where reduced spending leads to even weaker demand. What begins as a rational decision to save for personal security escalates into a collective crisis, leaving everyone worse off than before. In essence, what benefits one person in isolation becomes detrimental when scaled across an entire economy. The paradox of thrift thus exposes the tension between individual prudence and collective prosperity, highlighting the interconnectedness of modern economies. Philosophically, the paradox invites reflection on the nature of responsibility within systems. Economies function not as isolated units, but as intricate webs of interdependence, where actions ripple outward in ways that defy immediate comprehension. Each household's decision to save reflects a desire for self-preservation, yet these choices converge to destabilize the broader system. This dynamic mirrors existential dilemmas about autonomy versus community. How do we balance personal interests with shared well-being? The paradox of thrift underscores the ethical imperative to consider the wider implications of our actions, urging us to recognize that individual choices rarely occur in a vacuum. It challenges the myth of self-sufficiency, reminding us that prosperity is a collective endeavor sustained by mutual trust and cooperation. On a practical level, The paradox raises critical questions about policy and governance. How should governments respond when private savings undermine economic health? Keynesian economics advocates for active intervention during downturns, using fiscal and monetary tools to stimulate demand and restore equilibrium. For instance, increased public spending on infrastructure or social programs can offset declines in private consumption, breaking the cycle of contraction. Critics, however, argue that such measures risk long-term debt or inflation, complicating efforts to achieve sustainable growth. These debates highlight the delicate balancing act required to manage economies, particularly during periods of stress. They also reveal the limitations of purely market-driven solutions, emphasizing the need for coordinated action to address systemic risks. Moreover, the paradox of thrift resonates with broader themes about cycles and sustainability. Economies, like ecosystems, operate in rhythms shaped by human behavior and external forces. Periods of expansion give way to contraction, mirroring natural patterns of growth and decay. Yet, unlike nature, economies are profoundly influenced by psychological factors, expectations, fears, and aspirations that amplify fluctuations beyond what might occur organically. The paradox illustrates how fear-driven behaviors, such as hoarding cash during recessions, can disrupt these rhythms, transforming temporary setbacks into prolonged crises. It serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of overcorrection, urging resilience and adaptability in the face of change. Ultimately, the paradox of thrift serves as both a warning and a call to action. It cautions against viewing economic decisions solely through the lens of individual benefit, reminding us that collective outcomes emerge from aggregated choices. By recognizing the interconnectedness of economies, we gain insight into the delicate balance required to sustain growth and stability. It challenges policymakers, businesses, and citizens alike to think holistically, prioritizing shared prosperity over narrow self-interest. As we leave behind the cyclical dynamics of economic systems, prepare to delve into another timeless enigma, Zeno's dichotomy paradox. What happens when motion appears impossible? Because every journey requires traversing infinite halves. Like the paradox of thrift, this ancient puzzle probes the limits of logic and perception, revealing how seemingly simple concepts unravel under scrutiny. Together, these paradoxes illuminate the complexities of existence, urging humility in the face of life's enduring mysteries. Zeno's dichotomy paradox. Imagine setting out on a journey to cross a room. Before you can reach the other side, you must first travel halfway. But before you can complete that half, you must cover half of it. And so on, ad infinitum. According to Zeno of Elea, this endless sequence of divisions implies that motion is impossible because completing an infinite number of steps within finite time seems inconceivable. This is the essence of Zeno's dichotomy paradox, one of the most enduring philosophical puzzles about space, time, and continuity. At its heart lies a profound tension between our intuitive understanding of movement and the abstract implications of infinity. To unpack the paradox, consider its logical structure. Every journey involves traversing a distance, which can theoretically be divided into smaller and smaller segments without limit. From this perspective, reaching any destination requires completing an infinite series of tasks, each step being half the length of the previous one. Since accomplishing an infinite number of actions appears unfeasible in a finite span of time, Zeno concluded that motion itself must be illusory. The paradox challenges us to reconcile the apparent reality of movement with the mathematical abstraction of infinite divisibility, forcing us to question whether our perceptions align with the true nature of the world. Modern mathematics offers a resolution to Zeno's conundrum through the concept of convergent series. A convergent series is a sum of infinitely many terms that approaches a finite value. In the case of the dichotomy paradox, the infinite sequence of having distances adds up to the total length of the journey. For example, if the room is 10 meters long, the sum of all those halves, 5 meters, 2.5 meters, 1.25 meters, and so forth, equals exactly 10 meters. Thus, while the process involves infinitely many steps, the cumulative result remains finite and achievable within a bounded timeframe. This elegant solution demonstrates that infinity, when properly understood, does not preclude practical outcomes like motion. Despite this mathematical resolution, the dichotomy paradox continues to provoke deep reflection on the nature of continuity and infinity. It exposes the limitations of human intuition, particularly when grappling with concepts beyond everyday experience. We instinctively perceive motion as smooth and uninterrupted, yet Zeno's reasoning reveals how granular analysis disrupts this fluidity, breaking it into discrete, increasingly minute fragments. The paradox invites us to ponder whether reality operates in continuous flows or discrete increments, a question that resonates across disciplines, from physics to metaphysics. Is the universe fundamentally analog, with seamless transitions, or digital, composed of indivisible units? These inquiries echo debates about quantum mechanics, where particles exhibit behaviors that blur traditional distinctions between wave-like continuity and particle-like discreteness. On a broader scale, the dichotomy paradox mirrors existential themes about progress and fulfillment. Much like the infinite subdivisions of a journey, life often feels fragmented into countless milestones and moments. Each achievement seems to demand another, creating the illusion of perpetual striving without a rival. Yet, just as mathematics reconciles infinite steps with finite destinations, so too might we find meaning in the interplay between aspiration and completion. The paradox reminds us that progress, however incremental, accumulates toward tangible results, even if the path feels endless. Moreover, Zeno's thought experiment highlights the power of abstraction to illuminate hidden complexities. By pushing logic to its extremes, he forces us to confront assumptions we take for granted, such as the simplicity of walking across a room. In doing so, he enriches our appreciation for the intricate relationships between theory and practice, intuition and reason. The dichotomy paradox serves as both a challenge and a celebration of human cognition, urging us to embrace paradoxes as gateways to deeper understanding. Ultimately, the dichotomy paradox blurs the boundaries between possibility and impossibility, inviting us to rethink what it means to move, change, or grow. It demonstrates that infinity, far from being a barrier, can coexist harmoniously with finitude, shaping the rhythms of existence in ways both subtle and profound. As we transition from the infinite divisions of motion to questions of identity, prepare to explore another enigmatic puzzle, the teletransportation paradox. What happens to personal identity when every part of you is replaced during teleportation? Like Zeno's dichotomy, this paradox probes the limits of continuity, challenging our notions of selfhood and persistence over time. Together, these riddles remind us that boundaries, whether spatial, temporal, or existential, are rarely as clear-cut as they appear, inviting humility and wonder in equal measure. The teletransportation paradox. Imagine stepping into a futuristic teleportation device, where your body is scanned atom by atom, disassembled, and then reassembled at a distant location. To the outside observer, it seems like you've simply traveled from one place to another. But what happens to your sense of self during this process? Does the person who emerges on the other side remain you? Or are they merely a perfect copy? A duplicate with no real connection to the original? This is the essence of the teletransportation paradox, a thought experiment that probes the nature of personal identity, continuity, and consciousness. At its core, the paradox challenges us to grapple with profound questions. What defines the self? Is it physical continuity, psychological consistency, or something more elusive? To explore this concept further, Consider two scenarios. In the first, the teleportation process destroys the original body, but creates an exact replica at the destination. From the perspective of the new version, everything feels seamless. They retain memories, personality traits, and even subjective awareness as if nothing has changed. Yet, from a philosophical standpoint, can we truly say this individual is the same person who entered the machine? After all, the original was annihilated in the process, leaving behind only a reconstructed facsimile. In the second scenario, suppose the teleportation fails to destroy the original. Now there are two identical versions of you, one at the starting point and another at the destination. Which one, if either, represents the true self? And how do we reconcile the existence of multiple entities sharing the same identity? The implications of the teletransportation paradox extend far beyond speculative technology, touching on fundamental issues about what constitutes human identity. Traditionally, philosophers have debated whether personal identity hinges on physical continuity, the persistence of the same material substance, or psychological continuity, the uninterrupted flow of memories, thoughts, and intentions over time. Physical continuity suggests that survival depends on maintaining the same body, making teleportation inherently destructive to the self. Psychological continuity, on the other hand, emphasizes the importance of mental states, implying that as long as memories and consciousness persist, the essence of the individual remains intact. However, neither framework fully resolves the paradox. If psychological continuity suffices, why does the idea of destruction and recreation feel so unsettling? Conversely, if physical continuity is paramount, how do we account for changes in our bodies over time without losing our sense of self? Moreover, the paradox raises existential questions about the nature of consciousness itself. Is the mind reducible to information patterns stored within the brain, capable of being replicated or transferred? Or does consciousness possess some ineffable quality, an essence, that cannot be duplicated, no matter how precise the replication? These uncertainties blur the line between life and death, forcing us to confront uncomfortable possibilities. For instance, if teleportation involves the destruction of the original, could it be seen as a form of suicide followed by rebirth? Alternatively, if duplicates retain full awareness, do they deserve moral consideration equal to the original? Such dilemmas underscore the fragility of our assumptions about existence and autonomy. On a broader level, the teletransportation paradox invites reflection on the fluidity of identity across time and space. Human beings undergo constant change. Cells regenerate, personalities evolve, and experiences reshape perspectives. Despite these transformations, we maintain a coherent sense of self through narrative continuity, weaving together past, present, and future into a unified story. Teleportation disrupts this narrative, introducing a rupture that challenges our ability to integrate disparate parts into a single whole. It mirrors broader existential themes about mortality and legacy, reminding us that identity is not static but dynamic, shaped by both internal perceptions and external contexts. Ultimately, the teletransportation paradox serves as both a provocation and a meditation. It disrupts simplistic notions of selfhood, urging deeper engagement with concepts like continuity, uniqueness, and agency. By confronting contradictions embedded in the idea of duplication, it expands our appreciation for the complexities of human identity. It reminds us that while science fiction may push boundaries, the most profound journeys often occur within the mind, exploring uncharted territories of thought and imagination. As we transition from the intricacies of individual identity to collective beliefs, prepare to explore another enigmatic puzzle: the paradox of the ravens. What happens when evidence supporting a hypothesis conflicts with intuitive reasoning? Like the teletransportation paradox, this conundrum challenges our assumptions, revealing how logic and perception interact in surprising ways. Together, these paradoxes illuminate the interplay between evidence and belief, urging humility in the face of complexity and contradiction. The paradox of the ravens. At first glance, the statement, "all ravens are black," seems straightforward, a simple assertion about the color of a particular bird species. However, philosopher Carl Gustav Hempel revealed a surprising twist in this claim through what is now known as the paradox of the ravens. According to logic, the proposition, "all ravens are black," is equivalent to its contrapositive, "all non-black things are non-ravens." This equivalence implies that observing any object that is not black and not a raven, such as a white shoe or a red apple, indirectly supports the original hypothesis. In other words, seeing a white shoe somehow counts as evidence for the idea that all ravens are black. This counterintuitive conclusion exposes quirks in inductive reasoning, challenging our assumptions about how evidence relates to hypotheses. To understand why this paradox arises, we must delve into the principles of logical equivalence and confirmation theory. Inductive reasoning relies on gathering evidence to support generalizations. If you observe numerous black ravens, it strengthens your belief that all ravens share this trait. Hempel's insight lies in pointing out that logically equivalent statements should be confirmed by the same evidence. Since all ravens are black is interchangeable with all non-black things are non-ravens, anything that fits the latter description, a blue pen, a green leaf, or indeed a white shoe, should also bolster confidence in the former. While this reasoning adheres to formal logic, it clashes with intuition. How can an observation entirely unrelated to ravens contribute meaningfully to knowledge about them? The paradox highlights the tension between abstract logical structures and practical applications of evidence. The implications of the paradox of the ravens extend beyond ornithology, revealing deeper complexities in how humans evaluate information. It underscores the limitations of inductive reasoning, which often assumes that relevant evidence directly pertains to the subject at hand. Yet, Hempel's paradox demonstrates that seemingly irrelevant data can still play a role in confirming hypotheses, albeit indirectly. This realization complicates efforts to distinguish meaningful evidence from noise, particularly in fields like science, law, and everyday decision-making. For instance, if trivial observations, like noting a yellow banana, count as evidence for sweeping claims, how do we prioritize significant findings over inconsequential ones? The paradox forces us to confront the arbitrary boundaries we impose on relevance and validity. Philosophically, the paradox of the ravens invites reflection on the nature of knowledge and justification. What does it mean to confirm a hypothesis, and how do we determine whether evidence is genuinely supportive? Some argue that context matters, that while a white shoe technically confirms all ravens are black, its contribution is so negligible as to be practically irrelevant. Others suggest revising confirmation theory to account for pragmatic considerations, ensuring that only pertinent observations carry weight. These debates mirror broader epistemological inquiries into the reliability of empirical methods and the criteria for rational belief. They remind us that knowledge is not merely a matter of accumulating facts, but involves interpreting and organizing those facts within coherent frameworks. Moreover, the paradox resonates with existential themes about interconnectedness and perspective. Just as a white shoe unexpectedly ties into discussions about ravens, so too do disparate elements of life often connect in ways we fail to anticipate. Human cognition tends to compartmentalize experiences, focusing narrowly on immediate contexts. Yet, the paradox of the ravens suggests that reality may be more intricately woven than our perceptions allow, with distant threads subtly influencing the whole tapestry. It challenges us to adopt broader perspectives, recognizing that even seemingly unrelated phenomena might hold hidden significance. Ultimately, The paradox of the ravens serves as both a puzzle and a provocation. It disrupts simplistic notions of evidence and reasoning, urging deeper engagement with the subtleties of logic and language. By confronting contradictions embedded in the process of confirmation, it enriches our understanding of how knowledge evolves through observation and interpretation. It reminds us that while reason provides tools for analysis, intuition and context shape how we apply those tools in practice. As we transition from the complexities of inductive reasoning to the allure of simplicity, prepare to explore another enduring principle, Occam's razor. What happens when the quest for parsimony leads to oversimplification or unintended paradoxes? Like the paradox of the ravens, Occam's razor challenges our assumptions, revealing how the pursuit of clarity can sometimes obscure deeper truths. Together, these concepts illuminate the delicate balance between complexity and simplicity, urging wisdom in navigating the interplay between evidence and elegance. Occam's razor paradox. Occam's razor, a guiding principle in philosophy and science, posits that among competing hypotheses, the simplest explanation, requiring the fewest assumptions, is often preferable. This heuristic has proven invaluable for cutting through complexity, enabling thinkers to focus on clarity and efficiency when constructing theories or solving problems. However, like any tool, it is not without its limitations. Over-reliance on Occam's razor can lead to a paradoxical tension between simplicity and truth, where the allure of streamlined explanations risks overshadowing the nuanced realities they aim to describe. While simplicity aids understanding, it may also oversimplify intricate phenomena, dismissing critical details in favor of convenient assumptions. This paradox challenges us to strike a delicate balance between parsimony and thoroughness, reminding us that elegance does not inherently guarantee accuracy. To explore this concept further, consider how Occam's razor operates in practice. In scientific inquiry, researchers frequently face multiple potential explanations for observed phenomena. For example, when astronomers first detected anomalies in Mercury's orbit, some proposed the existence of an unseen planet, Vulcan, influencing its trajectory, while others suggested modifications to Newtonian mechanics. The simpler hypothesis, the unseen planet, initially gained traction because it required fewer theoretical adjustments. Yet, as Einstein later demonstrated, the true explanation lay in the more complex framework of general relativity. Had scientists rigidly adhered to Occam's razor, they might have prematurely settled on the incorrect but simpler solution. This example illustrates how simplicity, though appealing, can sometimes act as a double-edged sword, leading us astray if pursued uncritically. The implications of the Occam's razor paradox extend beyond scientific methodology into broader domains of human thought. In everyday reasoning, individuals often default to straightforward narratives to make sense of complex situations. Consider debates about social issues, where simplistic explanations, such as attributing inequality solely to individual effort or systemic bias, may overlook the interplay of myriad factors. By privileging simplicity, we risk reducing multifaceted realities to digestible soundbites, sacrificing depth for accessibility. This tendency reflects a fundamental tension between cognitive ease and intellectual rigor. Human minds gravitate toward patterns and coherence, yet reality rarely conforms to such neat frameworks. The Occam's razor paradox urges us to resist the seduction of simplicity, cultivating instead a mindset that embraces ambiguity and complexity. Philosophically, the paradox invites reflection on the nature of truth and knowledge. Is simplicity inherently virtuous, or is it merely a pragmatic compromise? Some argue that Occam's razor serves primarily as a practical guideline, helping us navigate uncertainty by prioritizing testable and economical theories. Others caution against conflating simplicity with truth, emphasizing that reality itself is under no obligation to conform to our preferences for order and clarity. Indeed, history is replete with examples where seemingly complicated ideas, from quantum mechanics to evolutionary biology, proved essential for advancing understanding. These cases highlight the importance of humility in the pursuit of knowledge, acknowledging that simplicity is a tool, not an end in itself. Moreover, the paradox resonates with existential themes about perception and interpretation. Much like Occam's razor shapes how we construct explanations, so too do personal biases and cultural contexts influence what we deem simple or true. What appears straightforward to one person may seem overly reductionist to another, depending on their worldview and experiences. This subjectivity underscores the need for dialogue and collaboration, ensuring that diverse perspectives inform our quest for insight. It also reminds us that simplicity, while valuable, must be tempered by empathy and open-mindedness to avoid excluding vital dimensions of experience. Ultimately, the Occam's razor paradox serves as both a cautionary tale and a call to action. It disrupts assumptions about the primacy of simplicity, urging deeper engagement with the complexities of existence. By confronting contradictions embedded in the pursuit of parsimony, it enriches our appreciation for the interplay between clarity and nuance. It reminds us that while simplicity provides a useful lens for understanding, it cannot replace the hard work of grappling with life's inherent messiness. As we transition from the elegance of scientific reasoning to the emotional depths of artistic expression, prepare to explore another enigmatic phenomenon: the paradox of tragedy. What compels us to seek out art forms that evoke sorrow and despair, despite their capacity to wound? Like the Occam's razor paradox, this riddle challenges our assumptions, revealing how beauty and pain coexist in ways that defy easy resolution. Together, these paradoxes illuminate the dualities of human experience, urging us to embrace complexity rather than shy away from it. The paradox of tragedy. Few phenomena are as paradoxical as humanity's enduring fascination with tragic art. From ancient Greek dramas to modern films, we willingly immerse ourselves in stories of heartbreak, loss, and despair, experiences that would be unbearable in real life. Yet, instead of recoiling from these depictions of suffering, we often find them profoundly moving, even pleasurable. This enigma, known as the paradox of tragedy, challenges our understanding of human psychology and the complex interplay between pain and pleasure. Why do we derive joy from sorrowful experiences? What is it about tragedy that resonates so deeply within us? To unravel this mystery, philosophers have proposed various explanations, each shedding light on different facets of the paradox. Aristotle famously introduced the concept of catharsis, suggesting that tragic art allows audiences to purge pent-up emotions such as fear and pity. By vicariously experiencing the struggles of characters, we release our own emotional burdens, achieving a sense of relief or renewal. This process transforms suffering into something productive, a cleansing ritual that restores balance to the psyche. Modern theories expand on this idea, emphasizing the role of emotional regulation and cognitive distance. When we engage with tragedy, we experience intense emotions without the real-world consequences that typically accompany them. This safe detachment enables us to explore difficult feelings, grief, anger, or despair, in a controlled environment, fostering resilience and self-awareness. Yet, the appeal of tragedy extends beyond mere catharsis or emotional management. It also taps into our innate desire for meaning and connection. Tragic narratives often grapple with universal themes: love, mortality, injustice, and redemption that transcend individual circumstances. Through these stories, we confront existential questions about the human condition, finding solace in shared experiences of vulnerability and imperfection. For instance, Shakespeare's Hamlet or Sophocles' Oedipus Rex resonate across cultures and centuries because they capture timeless truths about struggle and sacrifice. In witnessing characters endure profound hardship, we affirm the dignity of suffering and discover beauty in its portrayal. This duality, the coexistence of pain and pleasure, reveals the richness of human psychology, where sorrow can evoke awe and empathy just as readily as distress. On a deeper level, the paradox of tragedy underscores the dual nature of art itself. Art serves not only as a mirror reflecting life's contradictions, but also as a lens through which we make sense of them. Tragedy invites us to embrace complexity, challenging simplistic notions of happiness and fulfillment. It reminds us that life is not a linear progression toward unmitigated joy, but a tapestry woven from both light and shadow. By engaging with sorrowful experiences, we cultivate a more nuanced appreciation for existence, one that honors the full spectrum of human emotion. Moreover, the paradox highlights the transformative power of storytelling. Through tragedy, we practice empathy, stepping into the shoes of others whose lives differ vastly from our own. This exercise strengthens our capacity for compassion, enabling us to better navigate personal and collective challenges. At the same time, tragedy offers a form of escapism, not as a retreat from reality, but as a way to reframe it. By confronting fictional hardships, we gain perspective on our own struggles, emerging with renewed strength and clarity. Philosophically, the paradox of tragedy invites reflection on the nature of pleasure and its relationship to suffering. Pleasure is often equated with ease and comfort, yet tragedy demonstrates that difficulty can also yield profound satisfaction. This realization complicates traditional dichotomies between positive and negative emotions, suggesting that they are not mutually exclusive but intertwined. Pain, when contextualized and understood, can become a source of growth and insight. The paradox thus challenges us to reconsider what constitutes meaningful experience, urging us to embrace discomfort as an integral part of life's journey. Ultimately, the paradox of tragedy reveals the depth and resilience of the human spirit. It shows how we transform suffering into art, using creativity to navigate the complexities of existence. By finding joy in sorrowful experiences, we affirm our capacity to endure, adapt, and find meaning even amid adversity. As we transition from the emotional depths of tragedy to the metaphysical mysteries of mortality, prepare to ponder another profound enigma, the immortality paradox. What happens when humanity's longing for eternal life collides with the inevitability of death? Like the paradox of tragedy, this riddle probes the tensions between desire and reality, revealing how our aspirations shape, and sometimes confound, our understanding of life's fleeting nature. Together, these paradoxes illuminate the intricate dance between finitude and transcendence, urging us to confront life's contradictions with courage and curiosity. The immortality paradox. The dream of immortality has captivated humanity for millennia, appearing in myths, religions, and speculative fiction as a tantalizing vision of eternal existence. Yet philosopher Bernard Williams introduced a sobering counterpoint to this aspiration, arguing that immortality might not be the utopia it appears to be. Instead, he posited that an endless life would inevitably lead to boredom, repetition, and a profound loss of purpose, transforming what we cherish about life into something hollow and burdensome. This is the essence of the immortality paradox. While mortality limits our time on Earth, it also imbues life with urgency and significance. In contrast, an infinite existence could strip away the very qualities that make life meaningful, leaving us yearning for an end we can never reach. To understand this paradox, consider the psychological and existential implications of limitless time. Human beings thrive on novelty, challenge, and growth, all of which are sustained by the constraints imposed by mortality. Knowing that our days are numbered compels us to prioritize experiences, relationships, and achievements, infusing them with value. A finite lifespan ensures that every moment carries weight. Even mundane activities take on meaning when framed within the context of limited time. However, imagine stretching existence indefinitely, over centuries or millennia. The same pursuits that once brought joy, love, art, discovery, would likely grow monotonous. Relationships might falter under the strain of eternity. Goals would lose their luster, and personal identity could fragment under the weight of endless reinvention. Without the pressure of time, life risks becoming a cycle of diminishing returns, where nothing feels urgent or consequential. Williams' argument forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature. Our desire for immortality often stems from fear, a reluctance to let go of consciousness, connection, and experience. Yet, paradoxically, it is precisely this impermanence that makes life precious. Mortality creates a framework within which we assign importance, shaping how we navigate love, ambition, and legacy. For instance, the knowledge that we will one day die inspires acts of creativity, courage, and compassion. It motivates us to leave behind something enduring, a child, a work of art, a memory that transcends our individual lifetimes. If death were removed from the equation, these motivations might evaporate, leaving us adrift in an ocean of infinite possibilities but no clear direction. Philosophically, the immortality paradox challenges utopian visions of eternal existence, questioning whether infinity aligns with human flourishing. While science fiction and futurism often depict immortality as a pinnacle of progress, Williams reminds us that such scenarios may come at a steep cost. An unending life could erode the boundaries that give structure to existence, blurring distinctions between past, present, and future. Memory itself might become a burden, as the accumulation of countless years overwhelms our ability to process and integrate experiences. Furthermore, the absence of death could undermine moral accountability, reducing incentives to act responsibly or thoughtfully. After all, if consequences unfold over eons rather than decades, why rush to address wrongdoing or strive for improvement? Moreover, the paradox resonates with broader existential themes about the human condition. Mortality shapes not only how we live, but also how we perceive the world. It fosters gratitude for fleeting moments, the warmth of sunlight, the laughter of loved ones, the quiet awe of a starry night, and drives us to seek meaning in the face of uncertainty. Immortality, by contrast, might dull these sensitivities, replacing wonder with indifference. This tension mirrors other dualities in life, such as freedom versus constraint or abundance versus scarcity, reminding us that balance is essential for fulfillment. Ultimately, the immortality paradox serves as both a cautionary tale and a celebration of finitude. It disrupts simplistic notions of eternal life as inherently desirable, urging deeper reflection on what gives existence its richness and depth. By confronting the contradictions embedded in our longing for immortality, it enriches our appreciation for the brevity and beauty of mortal life. It reminds us that while death may be daunting, it is also what makes life worth living. As we transition from the temporal confines of human existence to the vast expanses of cosmic mystery, prepare to conclude with another profound enigma, Olber's paradox. What happens when we gaze into an infinite universe and find darkness instead of light? Like the immortality paradox, this riddle probes the limits of our understanding, revealing how the infinite stretches beyond comprehension yet invites boundless curiosity. Together, these paradoxes illuminate the interplay between limitation and possibility, urging humility in the face of life's enduring mysteries. Olber's paradox. At first glance, the night sky seems like an unremarkable feature of our daily experience, a canvas of blackness dotted with stars. Yet, beneath this serene veneer lies one of astronomy's most intriguing puzzles: Olbers' paradox. Named after German astronomer Heinrich Wilhelm Olbers, who formalized it in the early 19th century, the paradox questions why the heavens are not ablaze with light if the universe is infinite, eternal, and static. In such a cosmos, every line of sight should eventually intersect the surface of a star, creating a sky uniformly bright, much like the sun's surface. Instead, we find darkness, interrupted only by scattered points of stellar illumination. This discrepancy challenges our assumptions about the nature of the universe, revealing profound truths about its origins, structure, and evolution. To unravel Olbers' paradox, we must examine the underlying premises that give rise to it. A truly infinite and ageless universe would contain an endless number of stars distributed evenly throughout space. Over time, their cumulative light should converge upon us, bathing Earth in radiant energy. The absence of such brilliance suggests that at least one of these assumptions is flawed. Modern cosmology provides compelling answers through discoveries about the universe's finite age and dynamic expansion. According to the Big Bang Theory, the universe began approximately 13.8 billion years ago, meaning there hasn't been enough time for all starlight to reach us from distant regions. Furthermore, the universe's ongoing expansion causes wavelengths of light from faraway galaxies to stretch into the infrared or even radio spectrum, a phenomenon known as redshift. As a result, much of this ancient light becomes invisible to human eyes, leaving vast swaths of the night sky shrouded in darkness. The implications of Olbers' paradox extend far beyond explaining why the sky isn't perpetually bright. It deepens our understanding of cosmic history, emphasizing humanity's place within a vast, evolving cosmos. By resolving the paradox, scientists have illuminated key insights about the universe's origins and fate. For instance, the concept of a finite age underscores the idea that time itself had a beginning, an assertion that continues to inspire philosophical and theological reflection. Similarly, the discovery of universal expansion has reshaped how we perceive reality, introducing concepts like dark matter and dark energy that govern the large-scale behavior of the cosmos. These revelations remind us that the universe is neither static nor predictable, but rather a dynamic tapestry woven from forces and phenomena still largely unknown. Philosophically, Olbers' paradox invites contemplation on the relationship between perception and existence. Our view of the universe is inherently limited, not only by physical constraints like distance and wavelength, but also by the tools and frameworks we use to interpret data. What other hidden dimensions might lie just beyond the threshold of detection? How do cultural narratives and scientific paradigms shape what we consider real? Such questions echo broader existential inquiries about the boundaries of human knowledge and the interplay between observation and imagination. They challenge us to embrace uncertainty, recognizing that each answer often gives rise to new questions, expanding the frontier of understanding. Moreover, the paradox highlights the dualities that define our engagement with the cosmos. Darkness, often associated with emptiness or absence, takes on new significance when viewed as evidence of cosmic dynamism. It serves as a reminder of the universe's infancy, its relentless growth, and the mysteries yet to be uncovered. Starlight, meanwhile, represents both connection and separation, bridging immense distances while underscoring the isolation of celestial bodies adrift in an ever-expanding void. Together, these elements evoke a sense of awe, inviting us to marvel at the intricate balance between order and chaos, permanence and flux. Ultimately, Olbers' paradox exemplifies the power of curiosity to transform simple observations into profound revelations. It demonstrates how questioning the familiar can lead to revolutionary breakthroughs, reshaping our understanding of reality. By confronting contradictions embedded in the fabric of the cosmos, It enriches our appreciation for the complexity and beauty of existence. It reminds us that science is not merely a collection of facts, but a living dialogue between humanity and the universe. A conversation fueled by wonder and guided by humility. As we conclude this journey through paradoxes, let us pause to reflect on their collective wisdom. From the intimate depths of personal identity to the boundless expanse of the heavens, these enigmas teach us that uncertainty is not a barrier but a gateway to deeper inquiry, richer perspectives, and greater empathy. They remind us that answers often lead to more questions, and therein lies the essence of discovery. Sleep well, dear viewer, and let these riddles linger softly in your dreams, whispering of worlds unseen and truths yet untold.